How long ago did you see it? Yesterday.
Right now, polar bear seasons, lots of polar bear with the cup.
Oh my God.
They just...
It's right down in there. Trying to square it up a bit. It's in the Arctic. If you can't get your tent up, you die. Very little margin for error.
Pushing the envelope too much here.
Baffin Island, baby.
My plan was to cross Baffin Island's Cumberland Peninsula via Akshayak Pass, a wind-ravaged corridor that is part of the far-flung Auyuittuq National Park. But it would take a week of walking along the Baffin coast just to reach the pass. My dog Buck and I left Ottawa, Canada early in the morning for a chain of flight that would eventually deposit us over 150 kilometers north of the Arctic Circle. In Inuktitut, we transferred into a turboprop and then headed for the mountain-shrouded gravel runway of Pangnirtung. Amazingly, there was another group of adventurers on my flight. They planned to take a long skidoo ride to drop them off right at the pass where they'd begin their trip. If all goes as planned, Pangnirtung is where my trek would end. After leaving Pangnirtung, we enjoyed a spectacular flight over the Baffin Mountain with views of the ever-present Penny ice cap before we were deposited in the remote Inuit hamlet of Inuktitut. This is where my journey would begin.
Here I am in Inuktitut. Right now, I'm well above the Arctic Circle. This is the first stop on my 18-day solo trek to cross Baffin Island. I'm going all the way to Pangnirtung. I have to walk a significant distance along the sea ice, and some of the dangers that I'm going to be facing are polar bears, because at this time of year, the female polar bears come out of hibernation on land and they walk with their cubs out to the sea ice to hunt for seals. So I'm literally going to be crossing their paths, and you know, it's a little bit concerning, but I have my dog Buck, who's an amazing bear alarm. Unfortunately, I don't have a firearm, which is making me much more scared, but I have a bear fence that I can put around my tent, so if a bear comes into that perimeter, it triggers it and fires a loud bang. I should be okay. Once I get into the pass and I'm on land, usually there's no bears there. The other concern is the weather too. I mean, this is the Arctic. Today's beautiful, but it could get really nasty really quick out here. So I'm prepared. I have a lot of gear. I'm going to be hauling about 130 pounds. My dog Buck's going to be hauling, and the two of us are going to travel, and hopefully, if all works out, we should make it there in 18 days. And just stay in town for a bit to meet some people and check it out. It's really interesting place and absolutely gorgeous scenery here too.
The Inuit are allowed to harvest a certain amount of polar bears each season. It is monitored and the meat is eaten. Now I'm just doing all the final things to prepare for my trip.
So having a good way to store fuel is super important.
What's your name?
Lisa.
Lisa? My name's Jim. Nice to meet you.
Jim?
Yes, Jim, yeah. J-I-M. Thank you for helping.
Bye.
Good dogs, good dogs. No, 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 no. Come on. Come on. Come on. So we're just gonna load up and we're gonna get going. Man, if the weather stays like this, it's just gonna be an unreal trip. I have to travel along the sea ice for a long ways, but at least for part of the way, there is actually a skidoo trail, so I think it should be relatively easy going with hauling the toboggan. I'm Jim.
Jonah here.
Good to meet you.
Right now, polar bear seasons, lots of polar bear with the cup, especially north and down there too, I believe.
Oh my God.
They're just
So how long ago did you see it? Yesterday.
out from their, what you call it?
Hibernation?
Yeah.
Yeah. And you know, because I'm going through Auyuittuq, I'm not allowed to carry a firearm either.
Yeah, I know, yeah.
Yeah. So are they, do you think they're just staying there or are they moving out onto the ice?
They're walking, I can't tell you.
Okay. Yeah.
They're looking for food, so
Yeah.
I can't tell you.
Okay.
There might be another one.
Yeah.
Never know.
Okay. And is this going to take me to
File the skidoo truck
okay.
on that side.
Okay. This skidoo track here.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, and that's going to take, and I'm going right past the base of this cliff here.
No, you're gonna go that way, then turn that way.
Oh, this way.
Yeah.
Through that little opening there.
Yeah.
Okay, I see it.
I'll pass by tomorrow for sure.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Cause there's 11 people I have to look after.
Are you the one that? Oh, are you taking that group?
Yeah.
That is pretty concerning. I was just about to start my walk and a guy came up in a snowmobile and told me that there's a female and a cub polar bear right in Fjord that they saw yesterday, and they seem pretty concerned for me. They seem to think that that's the main concern out here, and I would agree. So not exactly the kind of thing you want to hear right before you start. Now I'm going to call my wife Tori. She is pregnant, and it was very hard leaving to do this trek because I left her all alone, and our kid is due in about 2 months, and it's our first. So I'm just going to give her a shout and tell her that I'm okay, and tell her there's nothing to worry about. I'm not going to tell her about the polar bear situation. I'm going to leave that out. I have a good satellite phone here I got from Road Post, but the problem is that when you're in the pass, there's so many mountains, it's very hard to get a signal. Hello, Tori. Hey, babe, can you hear me? Hey, I'm just starting my trek right now. They tell me that I should be okay with just the bear bangers, that they work really well, so. Yeah. Yes, I promise. Love you too. Bye-bye. That's making everything difficult. You know, it's I love doing these trips, but right now I do them as my job. So to keep paying their bills, you know, I got to keep doing this because it's what I do. And it's definitely a blessing. I'm very lucky, but definitely can be hard sometimes. But I'm just going to stay positive and enjoy my trip because it's going to be a good one. So just still walking here on the sea ice. Behind me is the open ocean, and really good trail here. So the snow's relatively hard packed. It's been a weird day traveling wise. I mean, the weather's been great, but the wind's been changing, so it'll be strong and then it'll go away, and it's meaning that I have to switch clothes a lot and oftentimes start overheating and have to pull off clothes, and all of a sudden it gets really cold again. So I've been trying to manage that situation. So far so good. I think I have maybe another 2K left or something like that today to make my 12K. First day, so my stuff's heavier. I'm not used to the work. So yeah, it's pretty hard. It's pretty long, but I should be done, you know, well before dark. It doesn't get dark till about 9 here at that time, at this time of year, which is awesome. So just gonna hope for good weather to continue and keep pushing on. Come on. Come on, Buck. Okay. So, first night out in polar bear country. It's freaking absolutely beautiful here, and one of the things that's great is because we're north of the Arctic Circle, we get a lot of sun even at this time of year, but we're experiencing late winter weather here, and spring weather is a whole different ball game. Spring weather means weather systems colliding and lots of wet snow and blizzards. So I'm hoping that it holds out like this because this is awesome, but I'm sure I will hit some nasty weather at some point, probably closer to the end of the trip. Anyway, so right now I'm gonna get my tent set up. I'm gonna get my bear perimeter set up. First thing, feed the dog.
I'm feeding Buck super high energy dog food that's meant for sled dogs. Because he's a sled dog, aren't you, Buck? Are you a sled dog? Come here, you sled dog. There you go, buddy. There you go, good boy. This tent is a one-person canvas tent because it's canvas, can run a Pullman stove in it for heat. Otherwise, asphyxiation would be a major concern. Oh man, my hands are freezing. It's nice to have a pair of just work gloves when you're doing stuff like this around camp, moving around. And that way, mitts can be kind of clunky. Got to anchor these snow stakes in a certain kind of way. And tighten this. Nice and tight. I'm gonna shovel snow on that flap. Man, I'm starving hungry right now. Pretty good first day though. I think I made it over 12K, which was my goal for today. It's not hard enough walking 12 days a day, 12K a day. Oh, can't even talk properly. Traveling is only a little bit of the work. Breaking down camp, cooking, etc., etc., filming. These are all things that are physically challenging and time consuming. That's how you set up a tent. Okay, well, that's about it for now. I'm gonna just finish shoveling snow around and get everything else I need to do done. I gotta set up my bear alarm fence too. A perimeter fence made to scare away polar bears. It's a bunch of 12 gauge blank connected to pins on tripwires. There's this little thing, a little slot that sticks in there like that. And if a bear comes into my tent area, at least one or two of them go off. Okay, one more. Done. Get some food in me, crawl into bed. Well, it is morning, day 2, and I just boiled some water. Well, I just melted some snow and boiled some water. And it got so warm in my tent that I had to take my shirt off so I wouldn't sweat. Didn't really sleep much last night because it gets bright so early here. There's a lot of daylight here this time of year, being north of the Arctic Circle. So when I finally woke up, you know, and I thought, oh geez, you know, it's like 11 o'clock or something. It's been light for so long, but it was, I think, 7:30 or something. So I guess the plan for today is try not to get eaten by a polar bear. Gonna eat some breakfast here. It's actually dinner for breakfast. Teriyaki, yum. That sounds good, actually. Buck did an amazing job yesterday. He's sleeping hard right now. Let's have a look at Buck right now. Sleeping beauty. But I think I'm gonna load a little more weight onto his pulk today because he seemed to be having just way too much fun compared to me. And my back's a weensy bit sore today, if you can imagine. So I guess that's about it. One of the other concerns I have, though, is that it's nearly impossible to set the tent up without a snow block wall if you have howling winds. Now, you know, that's not a big deal if you have the right kind of snow, but here it's really like fluffy, granular snow. And there's not anything hard packed. So if I hit some nasty wind, I'm gonna be having some issues here. So I mean, that's kind of scary. I remember on my last trip on Gava, if it wasn't for the snow block walls, I probably would have died. All right, and on that note, it's time to eat.
Gum. No, Buck, stay. Stay, go on. Go on. Stay, Buck. I don't want Buck to trigger the bear fence. Stay. No, stay. Stay. Stay.
Beautiful day outside. It's amazing with this dry cold. It's probably like -5 Celsius, but with this dry cold, it doesn't feel that cold at all because there's no wind and it's beautifully sunny.
Okay, so here's the bear perimeter fence. It's a shotgun shell, a blank 12 gauge shell, and it's connected to this tripwire, which runs all the way over to that one there. And this tripwire connects all the way around. And there's one on the other side of my tent. Basically what happens, there's a small pin, and if a bear walks past this tripwire, boom, at least one of the 12 gauge blanks go off, maybe two, maybe three. And now what I do is I put in a little safety that just slides in there, and that way it won't go off. So I'm going to go around and kind of slide the little safety into all of them, and then have to set it up again tonight. Now it can't fire. I don't want to let Buck out of the tent when the bear fence is up. He has to hold his piss. Good boy. Had to bribe Buck with some treats there. I saw 4 skidoos go past carrying some other trekkers that are going through the pass. They're starting, you know, about 100 kilometers closer to it than I am, so I'm doing things the hard way. So I'm not going to see them or likely anyone. Following the shore south from Auyuittuq. We're going to head into North Hengnertung Fjord and through Akshayak Pass. And I'm doing all right. I've made it about 8K today. So something kind of interesting just to give you an idea of the grandeur of these mountains. For some reason, you know, mountains, they seem a lot closer than they are. I'm headed for an island this way. And I've been walking towards it thinking I'm going to be there any minute for like the past, I don't know, half an hour. And so I finally sat down and checked my map and I realized that that island is 4 kilometers away. It looks like it's maybe 1. 4K away. Just trekking along here, doing our thing, making decent time. Nice day today, and I looked out through an opening out to the sea between 2 islands and saw an awesome and huge iceberg. Unreal scenery here. Mountainous cliffs. I'm really proud of Buck. He's doing awesome. I put a little bit more weight in his pulk today because it was too easy for him yesterday, and he's handling it no problem, so I might give him a little bit more midway through the day today as he gets used to it. These are the Inuit Mountains. It's kind of Canada's forgotten mountain range. Everybody talks about the Rockies and the Laurentians, but nobody ever mentions the Inuits. Buck has somehow managed to dump his toboggan. Let's have a look. Buck! Okay, it's okay, Buck. Stay. Good boy. It's okay. Good boy. I'm coming to get you. I'm coming, Buck. Don't worry. Okay, and we be on our way. Just motoring along here. Wind died down, so I took off my shell layer, and I'm just trekking along here in a thick base layer, basically just merino wool. excellent material, but I'm actually able to travel pretty fast again today because the winds have died down. But I can tell that it does get windy in this fjord here because I noticed the snow is more hard packed and there's some drifts. But of course, that means I might be able to build a snow block wall to block the wind and to get my tent up if the winds do pick up. But I'm really thankful for this kind of weather that we're having. This is late winter weather. Spring weather means blizzards, wet snow, and so some of that's on its way. But you know, I'll deal with it if I have to. But right now, man, look at me, north of the Arctic Circle, just trekking in a long sleeve t-shirt. Got a sunscreen up today. That reflecting snow at this time of year, it will burn you pretty good. Another iceberg over here. Starting to get a little late in the evening. I should be able to make it, but one of the things I'm having to deal with is the fact that my water is all really salty because obviously when I was melting it to gather snow, I scraped down into the snow too deep. I must have picked up a bunch of slush from the frozen seawater, so it's just nasty. So what I've been doing is I've been just basically filling up my water bottle with snow and then keeping it inside my shirt like this. Now, I always keep them inside my shirt while I travel so they don't freeze. I just have a lanyard around my neck. But this time I'm putting snow in there and keeping it in there and letting it melt and then taking it out and drinking it. It's not nearly enough, but hopefully for just one day I won't get too dehydrated and I could drink some good fresh water this evening. You can see there, it's mostly just snow. Oh no, that's all I'm gonna get. I spilled some too, damn it. I'm just gonna scoop some more snow into it. And just travel like that, and hopefully in a couple more clicks I'll have another nice mouthful of water. But man, is it ever delicious when you're thirsty. Just basically using the heat from my body to melt it, and then clipping it on this lanyard, putting it inside my shirt, and my body heat will melt the snow. Hopefully, maybe it actually helps cool me down too, so two birds with one stone, but kind of a pain in the butt, but it's what I gotta do. Right now I'm passing the mouth to Auyuittuq Fjord and Coronation Fjord. I'm going to keep going straight this way to North Peninsula Fjord. That's where the polar bears were sighted the other day, but that's the way I gotta go. Buck's decided to do this. You're allowed to do whatever you want to do on our breaks around here. And Buck decided to goof off. I just noticed what looks like open seawater where the tide comes in and out. The ice is all cracked because of the tide going in and out, and it looks like it's forced up some seawater here. Probably don't want to get too close to that. Oh yeah, that's seawater. see this crack right along here. Too close. Wolf tracks. Well, this is home for the night. I'm in a shadow here, and what was a really warm day just all of a sudden got really cold. As soon as I got into the shadow and deeper into North Pang Fjord, the wind picked up and I caught a bit of a shiver, but I threw on my big down parka, and now I'm going to start working, and that'll help me build up some warmth because I got to set the tent up and hopefully I'll warm up. But yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. Buck did really well as usual, so good day. As long as I can get in my tent and get warm, then it'll be a success. Talk about a room with a view. Oh man, I'm so thirsty. Drinking that salt water at first just made me way thirstier. That salty water, and then like trying to melt snow with my body heat and just suck on slush. It was like every little drip of water I managed to suck out of there was just like so delicious. Make sure that I get my shelter up first when I get to camp, because you never know. If it's not too windy, I can get it up great, it's up, but if I get there I do something else and all of a sudden then it's gusty wind and it's very challenging to set my tent up, all of a sudden you can be in a freaking survival situation before you say Jack Robinson out here. It looks all docile these last few days with the good weather, but believe me, this place has a very different face. It hasn't shown us yet, thankfully. The wind died down at least. Just wedge it right down in there. And also it helps, the weight of the snow on it helps anchor it. Okay, now I do the same thing on the other sides. Okay, same thing on the other two sides. Then I throw my ground tarp in. Then we throw the stove on, have some hot chocolate. Sunny times. Dinner, Buck, dinner. Come on. Good boy. Good boy.
Lie down, Buck. Lie down. No, you're in the bear fence area. Buck. Come here, Buck. You have to go in the tent. I'm so scared Buck's gonna trip the bear fence. You don't understand. No, you don't. Why don't you go in the tent, Buck? Huh? You like that? Why don't you go in the tent for now? You can get out of the wind so your doesn't freeze. Okay, in the tent. Go on, in the tent. Go on, inside. Go on. That's a boy. There you go, Buckaroo. That's looking pretty good. Just one more line to set here. Snow pile over. I'm gonna shovel a little bit of snow in my tent, so I have extra. So I don't want to be drinking salt snow again. So thirsty. Well, the next thing I do, I go in my tent and I spread this blue tarp around. Putting in the floor, Buck. I know it's not hardwood, Buck, but you're gonna have to rough it. Not that rough.
Yeah. Good boy. Good boy.
Well, pretty foggy because I got my stove on. Oh man, my face looks burnt. Jesus, I put on sunscreen today too. Wow. Anyways, yeah, because I have a canvas tent that's well ventilated, I can actually run a stove in here. Now I don't sleep with it in here, obviously, with it on, but just to dry out some clothes, melt some snow, that kind of thing. And that's going to be really good to drink this because I'm so thirsty. Oh God, that's good. The only water I drank all day tasted like it's about half salt. That's a mistake I won't make again. Live and learn, I guess. Alright, well, now I go through the routine of taking off my damp clothes, hanging them up to dry for a bit, maybe make a hot EC and crawl in the bed. Those are my socks steaming. I actually keep my feet in large Ziploc bags during the day, and that prevents my boot liners from getting sweaty and then freezing up. Sometimes you have to keep your boot liners in your sleeping bag, but eventually they just get wet if you do that. This way these socks get wet, but I can leave my boot liners out all night and they don't get icy. Putting on frozen boots in the morning sucks. So yeah, that's what I'm doing. My feet are steaming. It's so nice to have a little stove like this to get a little warmth in your tent. But yeah, I guess that's about it. So I'm gonna let you go, check in with you next time.
So on this trip, I'm bringing mostly dried food, and all you have to do is just add boiling water to it.
It just makes preparation so much easier as long as I can get my stove working. So this is a breakfast that I'm having. It's kind of like an oatmeal type of thing, and it's freaking delicious. I've never had anything quite like it. It's just awesome. So I have a couple of these things in the morning to get my day going before I head out there and start hauling ass. Delish.
My camera's all iced up and the battery's about to die. Yeah, I'm feeling like I'm doing well, like maybe I'm a little ahead of schedule. The polar bear fence, I'm telling you guys, it really makes me sleep safer at night, knowing that if something comes into that perimeter, there's going to be a loud bang, probably scare the polar bear off, but at the very least warn me, warn Buck, so we can, you know, grab the pepper spray, grab the bangers, you know, get ready with our jiu-jitsu moves, etc., etc. So yeah, I'm just gonna pack up and get the hell out of here ASAP. Okay, Buck. Good boy. Such a cramped area inside my tent to pack everything up that I figured, such a beautiful day again, why not just leave it in there, whip the tent off, and then pack that up. I don't have to worry about losing stuff in a blizzard, so that's what I'm doing. Sometimes these poles won't come undone because when the stove melts some water and then they freeze. So if you just hold your hand over top of the connection area like that, they'll just come right open. No problem. Yeah, let's see, that one's frozen pretty good. And then hold just for a second. Sometimes when it's really cold out though, it can be a challenge because your hands start freezing touching the metal. And I put my bear fence with my tent poles because it's all part of setup. I like to keep things that are all part of the same kind of system in one place. Like inside my stove, I keep the funnel, the starter's paste, the lighter. For example, here's my stove. Two funnels. This one goes in the top there. This is fire paste. You won't get your stove lit in the Arctic unless you light some of that on the burners first. Lighter. I like to bring a double burner stove, and actually that's what the Inuit travel with. A double burner stove in a canvas tent because it sits flat on the snow. It also kicks out more heat. If you don't have a double burner Coleman stove, you need to kind of bring a board and then strap your stove or level your stove out on top of that. With a smaller stove, if the snow shifts because the tent warms, your pot could fall right off, and that would be terrible. It might soak your, I don't know, your sleeping bag all over your ground pad, etc., etc. But the double burner has a big grill over top of it, so even as the snow shifts, as it melts into the snow, if you bump it, whatever, whatever, the pot's not going to come off. So I think it's the better choice for a couple of reasons. Now, if I was traveling without a dog, I probably wouldn't bring it just because it is a lot heavier, and I'd rig up another model just using a piece of plywood, maybe a bungee cord to secure a couple other smaller stoves would be lighter weight. But if you don't mind hauling a little extra weight in the winter time, double burner's the way to go. You see, there's where the stove was, how it melted down into the snow. Now this puppy is a little annoying to have to blow up every day, but man, is it ever worth it. Not gonna get a warmer, more comfortable sleep. Not that tight for space in my large bulk, which is really nice not to have to cram everything in there perfectly every time. Just burning off a little garbage, only paper, but it's got food residue on it. Bring everything in these large army style stuff sacks. They're pretty good. You can fly with them too. You can just check this. I like to make sure I melt the ends of all my ropes together. As you just burn it and then smooth it out with the base of the lighter. You can also spit on your fingers and shape it, and that way you don't burn your hand, but you get the shape that you want. Much better. Allows you to thread after it's melted through things like a loop and a trucker's hitch that I'm tying right now. There we go. Okay, I guess it's time to load up and move on out. Here we come. It's important to know the best way to lash down your pulks. Make sure all these are pretty tight. This one I'm just using rope, and there's a special kind of knot I use. It's a quick release and it won't loosen as I travel through the day. Come back to this one, pull that. So I just loop it under this one. I pull that and that helps keep the whole thing tight. And I loop around once and then around the main loop like that. I use a quick release knot there so I can just pull it. And this going once around there helps prevent it from slipping, helps prevent friction and the rope breaking. If I want for good measure, I go around once more like that too. That's easy done. That's the way to do it. Buck. What's this? What's this? What's this? Sometimes Buck needs a little coaxing. Come here, come on. Come here, Buck. Come on. Good boy. Well, this trail I'm following right now is the trail from the other group that got a skidoo lift right to the head of North Peninsula Fjord, and they just started only traversing the pass, which is what people that do the pass almost always do. They don't walk all the way from Auyuittuq like I am. Their skidoo taxi left a decent trail probably to the head of the bay. Come on, Buck. Come on, Buck. Come on, Buck. Come on. Ready to bang off 15K today, Buck? Hey, buddy. Come on, Buck. Come on, Buck. Come on. Good boy. Come on, Buck, what's this? What's this? Come on. Come on. Good boy, good boy. That's a boy. That's a very good boy. Well, I just crossed some polar bear tracks. I've been seeing a lot of rabbit prints up in the hills, and it looks like it walked right across the fjord over to that big iceberg there. So that's a little bit concerning, but it snowed the night before last night, and these tracks have snow in them, which means they're over 24 hours old. So likely it's moved on from this area specifically. It's hopefully headed out of the fjord and you know, further out onto the sea ice. They're looking for seals though, and there's seals all around here, even in the fjord, because the seals stay under the ice, but they have little breathing holes, and there's enough of them that if they keep coming up to consistently breathe, there's enough seals that the movement of the water will keep it from freezing. So, you know, hopefully there's not enough food in here for them and they got to head out further onto the sea ice. But a little concerning. There it is, playing around on the hills. Look at those, are just all the polar bear prints there. And looking for rabbits. You see those small little prints there? Those are all rabbit prints. So that's a polar bear actively hunting where I am right now. Anyways, just gonna keep my bear defense stuff at the ready. That's all I can do.
So it looks like those polar bear tracks were not headed out of the fjord. They must have crossed to that iceberg and then come along the shore and then cut back to the other side. So I'm actually crossing them again here. They look like they were made before the last snowfall 2 nights ago, so it's the same age as the other ones. So, you know, considering I haven't crossed any others, there's a good chance it means that the bears are somewhere in the fjord right now, which means I'm walking towards them. Now, they might have circled back and walked along the shore, or they might have gone up into the mountains and crossed over into Auyuittuq Fjord, which is that way. But they're obviously out here just looking for food, looking for seal holes, you know, rabbits, whatever, jim, buck, you know, whatever they can get their paws on. So that's a little concerning, but, you know, what am I supposed to do? Literally crossing a polar bear's trail right here. They're probably staring at me, getting ready to eat me. I'm a little down on the food chain out here. Come on, Buck. Come on, Buck. Buck has found a seal breathing hole. Now it's completely frozen over. I saw a couple fox tracks going by it. It's the first seal breathing hole Buck has ever found, and he's super excited about it. I just walked past it. I've talked to some Inuit hunters that say, you know, that's why they love bringing their dogs out, because they find seal holes and stuff like that. Well, here's Buck, a husky from northern Ontario, never trained, and he's amazing at it. Look at him go. He's gonna come up with a seal. Buck, is there a seal in there? You smell a seal? If he does smell a seal, it's long gone. Buck, did you find a seal? Did you find a seal breathing hole? Yes, you did. That's a seal you smell. Time to get going here. All right, we'll find another seal another time, and you can bark at it. Oh, he's gonna mark his territory. Yeah, it's Buck's seal breathing hole, everyone. Buck owns it. He's just stuck his flag in the ground like an explorer. Okay, come on, Buck. Buck, come on. Buck, this is a lost cause, buddy. You're not finding anything. Do you smell a seal? Is there a seal in there? What do you smell? Do you smell a seal? That's exciting. Okay, come on, Buck. Come on. We have to leave this area. Yeah, that's your pee. That's your own piss. Yeah, you marked the territory. Okay, come on. Come on, Buck. That's it. Party's over. Come on. Buck! Buck, come on! Buck! Come on, Buck! Good boy, get some snow on the way. A little drink on the way. Come on. Saw two figures in the distance. See if they're polar bears.
Doesn't look like they're moving though. I've been trucking along here and I saw what looked like two figures in the distance. So I pulled out my camera to use it as binoculars, basically, to zoom in to see if they're polar bears. It looks like they are not, from the looks of it, which is nice, because I'm about ready to make camp for the day. And camping in the general vicinity of hungry polar bears, probably not the best idea. Saw some tracks today. Still beautiful out. Wind hasn't picked up. I'm sweating. I'm exhausted. I think I've done about 12K, and I'm going to try to push on. Are they moving? I don't think so. I'm going to look again. I don't think so. Well, time to get going. Hopefully don't get eaten by bears. Buck's eating some snow. He's thirsty. Buck prefers eating snow to drinking water, believe it or not. Hey Buck, you a good sled dog? You're a pretty good sled dog, aren't you, Buck? Aren't you? What do you see? You see a polar bear? See any polar bears? No? What are you doing, huh? Well, made it a solid 15 and a half kilometers today. So further than I needed to go, and I could have pushed on a little bit more, but you know what, I was starting to get a little hungry, a little thirsty, and you know, what's the point really, you know? So I decided to pull over and make camp while I still have a bit of the warmth from the sun, because as soon as that sun drops down below the mountains, it gets pretty chilly bum bum. As soon as I get to camp, I put on my parka, and as I work, usually I stay warm before I climb into my tent. So I'm just gonna have a sip of tea and enjoy the view. Wow, beautiful out right now. Hi, Mom. Sometimes the more nervous you are before a trip like this, the more rewarding it is to finish. And let me tell you, coming out here by yourself into prime polar bear territory in the Arctic, blizzard season, etc., etc., it takes a lot of guts, you know. And it's hard, it's very physically demanding, so many little things you have to remember, especially when you're shooting it and charging batteries, etc., etc. But I mean, the more challenging a trip is and the more scared you are to head out there on a trip, the more rewarding it is when you complete it. And I think that goes for a lot of things in life too, you know. Do what you're scared to do. What you least want to do sometimes is what you should do first, they say, and will make you feel the best when you finish it. So I guess doing what you're scared to do is what will ultimately be the most rewarding and the most fulfilling. This is what I thought might have been a polar bear yesterday. It looks like it was once a good machine, but it needed some repairs. And I just found it here, stranded in the middle of North Auyuittuq Fjord. Whoever was riding this machine, I hope that they had some buddies with them to get a ride home. Because it's a long walk, believe me, I know. Well, time to keep pushing on. Starting to freeze my butt off as soon as I stop here, but I'm traveling so light.
Shouldn't be a surprise. One of the things that's crucial to bring when you're out here is a vacuum bottle. Keep some tea, hot chocolate, coffee, whatever, nice and warm, nice and hot all freaking day. And it's just a dream to sit down and have a sip of something warm, but it's also a serious survival thing, because if you start to get too cold and hypothermic, this here can save your life. I brought a really beefy one on this trip. It holds a lot and also, of course, helps keep me hydrated too. Oh yeah, that's nice. Oh. It's always a sad moment of the day when you're getting on in the afternoon and you think you've made it far, and you take a look at the map and the GPS and realize you have another 5 or 6K to go. I always make it, but you know, by that time you're already exhausted and you realize you have to be pretty much beat to make it the distance you need to make it every day. Thinking about my wife right now, Tori, and she's pregnant with our first child. It's a boy. I'm gonna have a son. And you know, it's hard to be away from her, so I think about her a lot, and you know, what she's going through with being pregnant is not easy, and I really wish I was there for her to be supportive. But the reason I can get out and do these sort of things is because I've found a way to do it as my livelihood. And you know, there's just some sort of amazing connection that I have with the land, and for coming to places like this and also sharing it with people. I found a way to do that through filmmaking and writing and photography. And in some ways it does make it more like a job. You know, there's more stresses when you're out here to capture certain footage and certain shots, but at the end of the day, the reason I do it is just for absolute love of wild places, love of the land, love of nature, the dramatic scenery we have in places like this in Canada. I mean, just look around here. This is just unreal. And I'm happy that I get a chance to share it with people to, you know, inspire them to maybe come out and do trips like this, or maybe just inspire them to get up and clean the garage at the very least, you know. And I think that by sharing the history of the land and the story of the land and the animals and nature, the culture, will really help open people's eyes to realize that there is something very special about places when they're wild, and that keeping them wild and keeping that aspect of adventure available to everyone through wilderness, I think is it's just so amazing, you know. Hot beverages are also something that you definitely want to keep at the ready. So I'll show you what I do with mine. I actually have a little loop here, just rope that I've zip tied to one of my straps. That way you can just clip the bottle down and I don't lose it. But it's right there on top of everything in case I start to freeze, or if I want to take a break and have a nice hot drink. Same reason I always keep my big down parka available like that, so I can break it out, put it on if I get cold. You're doing a really good job today, buddy. Buck's pulling a good chunk of weight here. All our food and fuel. Well, it is the end of the day, day 5. I made it over 15 kilometers today. Little wind and relatively warm weather lets me just dress really lightly and move quickly without having to worry about sweating a whole ton and without getting too cold, because you know, when you don't wear a lot you get cold if there's wind, and it really becomes a balancing act between sweating and too hot and too cold, and you just can't make it as far. But today I was really able to boot it. Wow, what a beautiful spot, to say the least. The scenery is just getting nicer and nicer. I did notice here though that the snow is quite a bit shallower, so that's going to make it more challenging to get snow to melt for drinking water and also to anchor my tent. So what I'm looking for is basically a drift that I can kind of set up on top of, where the snow's hard packed and there's enough that will let me anchor my tent with my snow stakes. So I've kind of chosen right here. You can see the drift, and that whole area kind of right there is drifted. So I'm going to set my tent up on top of that, and I'll snow stake it. But if it turns out not to be enough, I'll have to break out the the ice screws, because one of the things you want to make sure you do out here is always set up your tent really sturdily. Sturdily, is that a word? Really securely, because you never know when a blizzard might come ripping in. It can be beautiful like this one minute and a blizzard the next. So something you definitely want to be on the lookout for. Oh, it's been so nice being able to set this tent up without howling gale force wind impeding my ability to do so. Oh, f me. Will there be enough snow here for me to anchor this tent? Oh, there it is. And it's, now normally this might not be enough, but it's hard packed. With a little key. Where the line's gonna go. I'm gonna sink this sideways down as far as I can. Knock it in and dig that line in. I'm gonna tighten this here. Oh, pretty hard packed here. So I think it's going to be okay. I don't need to bust out the ice screws. Same thing on all the other sides. Buck, are you going to help? I guess not. Oh well. Not enough snow here, so we're going to have to improvise for this one. Especially after you give it a couple minutes, as soon as you dig down, you expose some of the moisture that's being kept insulated under the snow, and that freezes up, and then it really locks that that snow stake in place. So I think that's what's going to happen here, luckily.
My bear fence up today. Go on. Go on.
Gotta put Buck in the tent while I arm the bear fence.
A physically demanding day. Feels really good to finish it with you know, perfect conditions in this gorgeous evening like we have right now. Day 6. I'm about 10 kilometers ahead of where I'm supposed to be already on this trip. You can see my eyes are pretty bloodshot. That's from the sun. You got to be careful. Snow blindness is a real concern out here. I'm just going through all my stuff, packing everything up and getting out of here. With any luck, I should be through the fjord and into the pass today, which means that the polar bear danger will greatly subside. It's on the sea ice where the bears are a real threat. So I probably did well traveling a little further when conditions were right and to get out of the polar bear territory faster. I find plastic bags over my socks are just so key because your feet sweat and the plastic bags keep the moisture from your feet from going into your boot liner, and that way I don't need to take my boot liners out of my boots and store them in my sleeping bag at night. I can just leave them out. Otherwise, without the plastic bags, after a couple days of sweat building up in my boot liners, they'd be frozen solid in the morning. And they also actually help prevent blisters as well.
Putting the safeties back into my bear fence here.
Right now, each stake is live, and then each one has like a safety pin that goes through a hole and will prevent it from firing.
Let's check it out.
So that one triggered, boom, that would have gone off. Another freaking spectacular day here. Look where I'm camped.
And now
The daily routine of packing away. I had to camp on top of a hard pack drift for there to be enough snow to put my snow stakes in. I'm hoping I can make it off of the sea ice today and camp on land in the pass. Now, there are some challenges that might arise. The pass is known to be a bit of a wind tunnel, and just ripping winds with 100-kilometer-hour plus gusts, like hurricane force winds, can rip through there. So it may be very challenging to find an area to set a tent up because there's not too much snow in there because it is such a wind tunnel, the snow just blows through. But it's not really seeming like that's going to be an issue today. You know, things can change like that out here. We have another gorgeous day here, and we're going to be on our way. Buck, come on. Come on, Buck. Come on, Buck. Come on, Buck. A couple little treats sort of gets him going. Come on, Buck. What's this, Buck? What's this? Come on. Good boy. Come on, Buck. Good boy.
sometimes I wonder if it's Buck that has me trained. when I'm out here away from my pregnant wife, and I get worried about that, it kind of gives me a respect for the way things were for people in the past. You know, some of these explorers would leave their families for years, even 3 years, and they'd just be gone, and they'd have no way of contacting their wives and their families, and their wives probably had no idea from day to day whether they were alive or not. So in this day and age, at least we have satellite technology. I couldn't imagine leaving my family. Honey, I'll be back in 2 to 4 years, and no contact in between. Is just unreal. Buck, water. Buck prefers to eat snow over water, over drinking water. I guess that's what all the animals do out here, though, in the winters, eat snow. So it looks like I'm just about to walk down the final kilometers of sea ice before I get into the pass. Clearly another beautiful day. If I stop for too long, of course, I get cold. There is a slight wind, but I'm just traveling again in this base layer of mine. I got my hat and sunglasses on because the sun is coming from both angles down, reflecting off the snow and from the top. And yeah, I'm just trying to boot it, trying not to work up too much of a sweat. And I should be making good time again. So yeah, and then once I'm off the sea ice, I should pretty much be out of the way of the bears. Once I get at least 5K into the pass, it's usually not such a polar bear concern. Of course, polar bears have been seen in the past before, but it's much rarer. So I'm basically on the last 9K of polar bear territory. I'm not home free yet, but the fact that I haven't been eaten already is a good sign. So let's keep rolling with that, not getting eaten. So I can see the pass in the distance here. I can see where it begins, and basically the beginning of it is the mouth of the Owl River, and I'm going to be following the Owl River up almost 1,000 feet in elevation. So I think this next part is going to be much more challenging because I am going to be climbing. I can walk on the river a lot of the time, but there are areas where I'm going to have to climb over boulders and whatnot, and I'm going to be gaining elevation up to almost 1,000 feet. I believe it's 900 feet, which is a height of land. It's the divide between the Owl and Weasel River. So basically what makes this mountain pass is 2 rivers and a height of land in between them. So I'm going up river part of the way and then down river part of the way. Of course, the rivers are going to be frozen solid, and I'm going to be walking on them as I go. But of course, I'm going to be gaining elevation. So it's going to be much more challenging than here where I'm kind of walking flat. Now there might be areas that are glare ice, which will be easier to walk across because I do have spikes for my boots. I'm a little worried how Buck is going to handle walking on glare ice. He's a little spooked of it, to be honest with you.
But yeah, it looks like the pass is pretty close. Now, of course, that means it's probably going to take me the rest of the day to get there, because it's just unreal with the incredible scale of everything around here. Something can look like it's not that far, and next thing you know, it's, 7-8 kilometers away. And you look at first glance, you think it's maybe 2. So I'm hoping to get in to the pass today, a couple clicks, and out of the real dangerous polar bear area anyway. So time to get moving along. Well, I am pretty gassed, and I see what is an emergency shelter. The park has these tiny little emergency shelters, and I'm contemplating whether I should stay here today or not. I don't know, but it feels kind of good that I'm pretty much off the sea ice right now. I'm just in the delta of the Owl River, so I've completed a stretch of this journey. Wasn't easy, but the weather was on my side, and now we have a very different stretch of country to travel through right now, which is going to hold its own challenges and fascination and scenery, etc., etc., but less polar bears, which is nice. A dog! Buck, we made it to one of the shelters. No more polar bears. Thoughts? Good boy. Good boy, come here. Come here. Good boy. Good boy. Good boy. Good Buck. Good boy. Buck, you're looking like you're in pretty good shape already, buddy. Well, I'm just contemplating, should I stay or should I go? It's probably about pushing 7. I don't want to travel too much past 9 because it gets really cold when the sun dips down below the mountains. So I don't know, should I go on a bit? I don't know, I might, I'm already ahead of schedule. I might just cut my losses and, you know what, just go ahead and make camp here. These shelters are supposed to be for emergencies, but you know what, I think I stubbed my toe back there and it's a bit of an emergency. Just kidding. I think I might stay in one today, just because we are still in heavy polar bear territory. Wasn't too far back where I saw tracks, and not long before that one was spotted in here. So it is a place where you might have a polar bear encounter. In fact, much more so than probably anywhere from here on my route. So I'm gonna do the smart thing. I'm gonna stay in this shelter. Come on. Good boy, come on. I'm gonna help, I'm gonna help, I'm gonna help. Okay, go on. Good boy. Oh, it's exhausting. Good boy. Let's go check out the shelter. Hello. Ooh, this is not going to be the warmest. I don't know if my stove is going to heat this place up too well. Radio. Oh, this is home for the night. So again, today I had some salty water, which is just nasty. Like, it just doesn't quench your thirst. So today what I'm going to do is I walked up a good distance on land, and I'm going to cut some hard packed blocks of snow that I know there'll be no salt in. And now that I'm heading through the pass, I think that it won't be an issue moving forward. But yeah, really disappointing to want to put miles on, and every time you're so thirsty, you're drinking this salty water, just black, just nasty. One of the things I brought to cut snow is this machete. Ideal snow knife. This would be a great tool too for making a snow block wall, which would help me get my tent up, or for making an igloo. This would be a great tool. Nice to have a little saw too. But today I'm just trying to get blocks of hard packed snow like that that can melt. There you go. You don't want to eat too much snow, drop your core temperature too fast. But that is going to be what I'm drinking this evening, and I'm thirsty. Just got to melt it with my stove first. This is just the perfect tool to use as a snow knife here. There's another piece there. When you're traveling in the far north, a snow knife, absolutely key survival tool. There's my drinking water. I just went back behind this shelter here, and I cut some nice snow blocks of hard packed snow that will have no salt in, and it's going to be really thirst quenching. But first, I'm going to enjoy a wee nip of single malt. I brought just this flask with me, and it's the first time I've dipped into it, but I think if there's any spot so far on the trip, it would be this one, because this is just so beautiful. Just unreal. Cheers to Baffin Island. As soon as fresh water touches your lips, you just have a whole new appreciation for a thirst-quenching deliciousness of water. It is windy AF out here. Solid 80-kilometer-hour winds. As soon as I work up a sweat, I'm gonna get cold. These clouds that we're getting over here are wind clouds. When you see those clouds, it means wind. It looks like it's just still picking up. But I'm just gonna head right out into it and into the pass. So here we go.
Buck's bulk is stacked too high. We're going back, Buck. We're going back. Too windy today, buddy. It's too windy, Buck. It's gonna be dangerous. We're gonna go back. Yeah, let's go back. Come on. Let's go back. Come on. Come on. Good boy. Man, it's too bad that this isn't a tailwind, because walking with this wind on my back is really pushing me along, and it doesn't feel nearly as ominous. So if this wasn't a headwind, I would keep going, but I just have too much at stake to risk, you know, the temperature dropping to 20 below, and you know, the snow picking up and being caught out here in a blizzard after sweating. I'm just not making much time today, no matter how hard I push. So trying to make 13 to 15K would just be exhausting, and I just have too much at stake here, you know, with my wife and our first child on the way. I don't want to get out there and do anything stupid. You know, in the north, it's not your time that dictates your travel, it's safety and the weather. You know, worst comes to worst, I miss my flight and I have to reschedule and pay $100 or whatever. It's not worth pushing your life. I have plenty of food and provisions to last me, so making the decision to turn back today, I think, is a good one.
got interesting. Wow. Amazed at how well this little emergency shelter is holding the insulation from my stove. I got to make sure that there's, large vents open at either end because asphyxiation could be a concern here. Of course, it's not exactly cold outside today. It's the wind that's a concern. Anyways, I always just take the opportunity to hang my stuff to dry because without the stove, there's not a lot of opportunity for stuff to naturally dry, and sweat moisture can really build up. So today I burnt a little extra fuel and tried to get things dry. My camera was acting a little funky because I was shooting with it this morning before I turned back, and just so much wet snow was blowing into it that I decided to hang it up and dry it out. So there's a lot of crappier places than this you can be to wait out the weather. So I'm pretty thankful for this cabin. Buck's thankful too, right, Buck? Yep, an approval wag of the tail, good boy. The wind's just ripping out there. You can see it just flying past the drifts and that. Definitely not a good idea to travel today. Let's have a look at it. This side's kind of blocked by the cabin a bit. Other than the ripping wind, it's beautiful out there. Little shepherd's pie. Let's sit for 15 to 18 minutes. And shepherd pie goodness on the way. Even comes with ketchup. Sweet. Okay. And we are following on this trail of the shepherd's pie. First try, Happy Yak shepherd's pie. Here we go. That's what it looks like. Tastes like the real thing, except it's not in layers. And an absolute must. It comes with ketchup. Oh, that's a good serving size too. I can tell this is going to be a good amount of food. One of the things I notice about these Happy Yak meals is they actually fill me up. Some of the other kinds I've tried before feel like you can eat a bunch of them and it doesn't really give you much energy long term. Maybe not for you, but wow, I love shepherd's pie. Okay, well, still in this emergency shelter here. And still windy as hell out there. I'm going to bring in whatever snow I have outside right now from the snow I gathered yesterday, and I'm going to make some drinking water, and I'm going to keep my fingers crossed that I am going to be able to travel tomorrow, because that would suck if I wasn't able to. Really good decision on my part to turn around today. Just would have been stupid not to. Would have been dumb, stupid dumb. Anyways, just gonna go grab that snow. Let's go step into the hurricane. It's right on the front step, so I shouldn't have to get bundled up too much. It actually seems to have died down a bit out here, kind of. Still pretty windy though. I wouldn't want to travel in this tomorrow. It's windy out there, Buck. You don't want to go out?
Didn't you have to take a pee or something? No? Okay. Good boy. And all of a sudden, the wind is gone. Yes! Fortunately, I'd made time walking on the sea ice, and I was a day ahead of schedule. So now I'm bang on schedule. Obviously, there's no point in me leaving now. It's after 7 in the evening. But that's great, unless another storm rips through here tomorrow. I'm feeling confident that if tomorrow's anything like it is now, it's going to be perfect. A little chilly, minus 20 Celsius tonight, but I mean, we are in the Arctic. See the drifts that started to build around my sleds and snowshoes. Man, you know, when you get some weather like that, you start to think, maybe it's just always that windy in the pass, and that's just how it's going to be every day. But, whew, thank God that's not the case. Anyways, I'm going to go collect some more snow blocks to make water with. I'm gonna melt some snow and then I'm gonna turn in. Today, and I am still staying in this emergency shelter. The weather broke late in the evening yesterday. It started looking really nice. I was like, yeah, I'm going to be able to travel tomorrow. Well, at about 5 in the morning, I woke up to just a ripping sound of wind. And it looks like now we have a full-on blizzard. My better judgment tells me not to travel in this again today. That'll put 2 days in a row where I can't go anywhere, and that'll put me a full day behind schedule. This is not like a ripping blizzard. It's actually gotten a little better since earlier. But it's kind of like, you don't want to travel in this, guys. You know, it just, visibility is terrible. It's a headwind, so it's going to slow your progress. Setting up camp is very, very challenging. All your stuff wants to blow away at 100 miles an hour. You leave your hand out of your mitt for 5 seconds, it freezes. You start sweating, becomes a serious concern. These kinds of things, you know. So I just think it's a lot more dangerous to travel in this. You know, I've traveled in some pretty nasty stuff and been caught in weather just this bad or worse and survived. But to head out there intentionally in it, just not a smart idea. And so I'm gonna wait it out. Like I said, it's not the time. I mean, I can set my flight back a bit if I have to. It's safety here, guys, that dictates your pace of travel, and the weather's telling me to stay put again, so maybe I'll get some more sleep. Fortunately, there's some hot chocolate left. Outside to check the weather. Yeah, it looks like there's some blue sky, and that you know, maybe most of the cloud cover is pushing this way. Freaking beautiful though. Ice cap mountain. It's a glacier on top of that mountain there. Okay. Yeah, I'm back. So I mean, it's weather. You never know, but It looks like it's getting better. It's definitely better than it was earlier today when it was just like ripping snow everywhere and like blinding snow and low visibility. So definitely better than that. It's maybe 7 p.m. now. Over the course of the night, by the time morning whips around, it might be gone, or it might be, you know, navigable out there, which is what I'm hoping for at the very least. So fingers crossed. I'm gonna grab a bite to eat and get an early to bed and get to bed early. Dinner today, soups. Good morning, Buck. Well, day 9 and super low ceiling today, but the winds have died. So they didn't die down until after 7 this morning. It's probably about 8:30 now. You know, I was feeling pretty snugly in my bed. I wasn't really ready to jump up, but once I heard those winds stop and I came outside, I looked around. It's cold today, probably about minus 15 Celsius, but it is not howling wind and I can totally travel today. So I'm excited to go see more of this beautiful country I'm going to be passing through. However, a lot of it's going to be covered by clouds, but maybe that'll clear up too. And my hands are freezing right now. I don't have mitts on. One more thing I wanted to share here before taking off. I found this bottom to an old liquor bottle. It looks like it's been partially worn down by current in a river or by waves and sand in a tide. But SD5P and then JO or JG right here. For liquor bottle Scotland. Maybe it's an old bottle of scotch that the explorers left or something like that. It's kind of cool. Could be a potential artifact. Yes! The weather is getting better! Oh, it's so demoralizing to just have crappy weather like that and thinking that you're never going to finish your trip on time. You ready to be a sled dog today, Buck? You ready? Good boy. Anyways, I'm just gonna pack up and I guess get out of here. That's the plan. You know, as soon as that weather breaks and I can move around, I'm starting to feel, you know, mentally good again about everything. Super exciting stuff to see in the days to come. So I'm looking forward to that. Doing that. Well, it feels good to be finally getting out of that emergency shelter. Now I'm just dragging my stuff down the hill here because it could be a bit of a disaster coming downhill with the toboggans and the dog sometimes. This bulk that's Bucks is packed pretty high. I might have to reconfigure it soon. Hard to tie a perfect overhand knot without it being off a little to one side. I'm trying to get it as centered as possible. Good boy. Come on. Ready to be a sled dog? There you go. There's a sled dog. There's a good sled dog, huh? Yeah, Buck of the North. You're a big tough husky, aren't you? Come on, Buck. When you're out in such a, you know, a formidable environment with such towering mountains and such harsh climate, you really start to feel small. And when you feel small, it really gives you an appreciation for something bigger than yourself. And to me,
That is Mother Nature when you're out here. That is the powers and the force and the age and the wisdom of nature itself. You really feel it. Just walking on glare ice right now. Buck's doing amazing. Good boy. Right now, I'm walking on the river and it's frozen nicely, which is making it easier to tow my pulk. It's a good thing that I have these ice cleats on, or else it would be very challenging to get a grip, especially when my feet are on the glare ice and my pulk is on the snow. It's a good way to slip. So key thing to bring on this trip is ice spikes for your boots for sure.
So let's take a second and check them out. They just slip right over your boot like that.
There's more hard-packed drifts. We're traveling up and down over land a lot. Buck's sledge is getting dumped over more easily. Repacked it this morning, so it'd be a little lower, but he's still getting hung up a few times here and there. What happened? What happened, Buck? Can you go flip it over? No? Go flip it. Oh. Okay. I'll get it, Buck. Nothing you can really do about that. Okay. Good boy. Come on. Good boy. Go on. I would say Buck is doing a very good job though. He's pulling up most hills. Most of the times if he gets stuck, he's getting free. So he's being awesome. And good companionship too. Right, Buck? Right, buddy? Okay, there we go. Usually he barks to tell me when his sledge is dumped so I don't walk too far, but that time I had to walk a ways. Headwind picked up pretty strong as I'm heading deeper into the pass, and it's getting freaking freezing cold. It's always best to travel a little cold, I find, because that way you're not sweating, but my fingertips are starting to feel kind of frostbitey. So we'll see how it goes, but it is a pretty strong headwind. Hopefully it doesn't build much more. it's pretty cold. You can't really stop much. It's just been going up and up and up, where the river would be more flat, and it's going through some kind of soft ground, and it's just really hard hauling my sledge up the hill. Just even a slight incline makes things way harder when you're hauling. So I don't know what the hell to do. The river itself is 800 meters that way. I don't know if I should just cut right and go that way, but there might be a significant downhill, or whether I should go straight and slowly try to meet back up with the river. Yeah, tough call. It's funny though, as soon as this wind picks up, man, things get scary. Things get more difficult pretty quick. Obviously, I'm not going to get lost. I'm in a valley. Like, as long as I don't start going up a mountain or back the way I came, I'm going the right direction. But I don't want to waste time zigzagging. So I broke out my map and had a closer look, and it looks like I'm about 4 kilometers away from where I want to make it today. So, you know, I've just kept plugging along, even though it's been very challenging, and you know, I'm making distance. So, you know, depending on what I face, I hope to be there in a couple hours. The wind's still strong. It's died down maybe a bit, but it's making things more challenging, making things a lot chillier. But yeah, I think I'm going to be able to make it today. You know, hopefully the weather keeps up and it doesn't get any worse than this. Come on, Buck! Come on! Come on, Buck! Over here, Buck! Come here! Come here! Come on, Buck! Good boy! Where are you going, Buck? Huh? Where exactly are you going? I'm just coming downhill, and it looks like I'm meeting back up with the river. So I don't know really if my route that I took was really the best, or if I should have stuck to the river. It's hard to say, but it feels pretty good right now. The wind died down a smidge and I'm coming downhill, so it's just like not too steep of a hill for my pulks to crash in and flip me around, but just perfect smooth descent. It's nice actually not to have to do some, not to have to go beast mode all the time. And there's the river there. You can see that kind of valley there. So looks like the pass gets narrower and narrower too. So probably what I did is I took a shortcut, but it happened to be more uphill considering I'm coming down now. I definitely, you know, this whole stretch into the height of land is all uphill, so even if I'm on the river, there's going to be some uphill travel no matter what you do about it. So, but I feel like I did more than I needed to today. Exhausting, but I guess it kept me warm. Oh man, there's that wind again. Just makes things so cold. Picked up a bit of a trail here from the group ahead of me, mostly blowing over. Well, this is always a challenge when there's a big hill to go down. I unhooked Buck. because it's kind of, I don't want him to get injured. So here we go, it should be interesting. Oh! Not what you want to be dealing with when you're freezing your ass off in the Arctic, but I guess it goes with the game. That's one way to do it. Come on, Buck! Good boy! Here! Come here! Good boy! Good boy! Good boy! You ready to be a sled dog? There you go. There you go, good boy. Well, I've been going at it pretty hard today. Thinking about trying to make camp before the sun drops down below the mountains, because then it starts getting real cold. Okay, here we are, morning day 10. Even though I had to take 2 full days off due to that bad weather, I'm still about halfway done. And my plan is 18 days to finish this trip. Now, when you're in the north, you know, you don't want to push that too much. So if I have to miss my flight, so be it, for safety reasons. But I don't think I'm going to. The only thing is weather, because as I've learned, this pass can all of a sudden have very dramatic winds. Yesterday I started under near perfect conditions, and then it just got really wicked, whipping wind. I almost caught a chill. By the time I got set up, I was borderline shivering trying to warm up. That's probably why I didn't catch it on film. After I went down that steep hill is basically when I stopped. I'm in a kind of a broad valley here, and I'm going to kind of cross over from a tributary over to the main river and try following that. I'm looking to make it about 14K today to keep me on schedule. The wind is very light today. It's cold, maybe about -20 or something like that, but there's no wind, so that's definitely a plus. As we know, it could pick up like crazy, but I think if I keep trucking along, you know, I should be able to make it on time. You know, it can be daunting sometimes hauling yourself out of bed. I got a bit of a late start this morning just because it was so scary with the wind and the cold last night that I wasn't so ready to just pop out of bed and tackle it again, you know. But as soon as I get out here, it's beautiful. I'm like, wow, you know, I can't wait to put miles behind me and see more of this incredible country. I can see the kind of deep U-shaped moraines or valleys where the penny ice cap once came out into the pass. You can kind of just see the debris and glacial till that's left behind there through those areas. It's pretty special, and apparently the scenery is only going to get better. So yeah, I guess time to start moving on today and enjoy some more of this awesome country I'm passing through, and keep my fingers crossed that the weather doesn't go to shit again. Fuck, you knocked over the camera. About 18,000 years ago, the Laurentide Ice Sheet covered all of North America east of the Rockies. And in the mountains to the north here is the Penny Ice Cap, and it is the most southerly remnant of that Laurentide Ice Sheet. All the rest of it is melted back over the last 18,000 years. So basically, I've traveled back into the last ice age, which is pretty amazing actually if you think about it. And really, it feels like I'm in some sort of ice age scene right now. Like all I expect to see is a mammoth roll by any time, and I would convince that I've gone back in time. Basically, my trail is just following the river, following the valley, and trying not to zigzag too much. Contrary to yesterday, today it's just gotten more beautiful, which is awesome. A little bit of a wind, that's why I gotta have this balaclava on, but I'm trying to travel light again, which seems to be working. I'm not really overheating. I had a sweater on this morning, and it wasn't too long before that started getting warm. I started sweating, so I pulled that off and kept it at the ready in case the wind picks up. I'm making decent time. I've done about 5K so far, so a ways to go still, but if I keep it up, I should get there before the sun drops low in the sky and it gets cold. Man, did it ever get nice out. This is awesome. Hopefully it stays like this. Warmed up compared to how it was this morning, and the wind died off too. Gonna have a wee bit of tea. A spot of tea, I don't mind if I do. Ho ho. Man, this is so cool. I can't imagine that it's going to get even better than this too. The valley is going to thin out substantial. I'll actually have to make sure I don't camp too close to the mountainsides because there could be rocks tumbling, stuff like that if the winds pick up. Buck's been doing all right. He's had a bit of an interesting day though. At one part we were going through some stuff that was terrible, like soft, you'd sink in, you know, almost to your knee, and then hard pack drifts, but they'd be all crooked and odd shaped, and his sled was about to dump 100 times, and his sled kept getting stuck, so he kept barking. I kept looking back, and I saw, no, his sled's right side up, so he just needed a little bit of encouragement and say, come on, Buck, come on. Come on, Buck. He'd always managed to muscle it up, which is great, because before, what would happen, you know, not on this trip, but on previous trips, before he was as good as he is now, I'd go back and he'd be barking like he's stuck, and then right before I'd get to him, he'd just get free by himself, just because he was happy to see me. So just with some patience and some treats, you know, to coax him along, a little bit of bribery, it's worked out that he's become pretty impressive actually at doing this stuff. Haven't you there, Buck? You're acting silly. You're acting silly, Buck. Why are you being silly? It's definitely nice to have Buck as companionship on this trip. I just have these two sleds connected with a little clip like that. This rope actually broke earlier today. As tough as the going yesterday was, by the end of the day with the ripping wind, I was so cold that I had to keep moving and I never checked how much further I was until I was less than 2K away from my desired endpoint. And you know, today I just looked at my GPS and my map, and I'm only halfway there. Damn, I got another 7K to go, so I'm going to be getting there, you know, later in the evening when it's colder out and what have you, but that's okay. It just seems like, even though it's a beautiful day today, that I'm just making worse time than I did yesterday, I guess. But it's a little annoying. It's probably best to just not even look at how far you are. Anyways, I better get moving. I'm just traveling through a broad swath of valley right now, and the pass is about to go around a bend. And right after I go around that bend, I'm going to be about 6 kilometers from where I want to end, in a place called June Valley. So yeah, I guess I'd better just, you know, put my head down and keep putting one foot in front of the other, and I'll be able to bang off this 7K relatively easily, but likely not the case. But either way, I'm going to get it done. Here, I'm just trying to dig out some water. Where the it is. Conditions on the snow have gone to and I'm sweating pretty hard. I'm trying not to stop for very long because I'm sweating a lot. I'm gonna start freezing my ass off. The sun's gone down behind the mountains now. So it's getting a lot colder. The issue is here that nothing's hard packed, so this last 3K is feeling more like 6. Every time I put my foot in, it's sinking down, or it doesn't sink down, but then the next one does. And you know, it's just making it way more challenging to try to truck along here. I just hope the wind doesn't pick up, but 3K left, it's gonna feel a lot worse than 3K. I'm gonna tell you that right now, just because the snow is just varying conditions. We had that warm wind the other day, followed by some wet snow the next day, and it's just not hard packed. It's some's soft, some's hard, it's all over the place, and it's making it way slower. But I really better get moving here. I'm just gonna chug some water, because I don't know, it's probably about -15 out, and I'm not wearing much. I'm just trying to push through this. Buck seems to be handling it all right. That's good. Buck, are you digging a hole to lie in? It's go time, Buck. It's crunch time. It's not dig holes and lie down time. Are you digging a little lair? Is that what you're doing, Buck? Buck, this is not the time to dig lairs. No. This is the time to push through and complete the task of the day, Buck. Okay, buddy.
take me a while to warm back up.
Come on, boss.
Maybe I'll try just going like this for a bit, and then if I don't warm up, I'll break out a sweater. Whoa, temperature dropped a good bit. I can see some thin low-lying clouds moving in. But I actually, believe it or not, I picked up what I believe is the trail of the other group and their pulks, and it's a little more hard packed because, you know, when something plows through the snow, the little bit of moisture that's trapped underneath the snow gets exposed to the air and then freezes and hardens up that trail. You can barely see it here. This is the other group's tread right here. Amazing, I can still see it after a couple of blizzards we've had, but so that's kind of been my savior a little bit, because it was whatever the heck's going on in this part, it was just freaking miserable, exhausting, and took a lot of energy and time to walk through it. So I'm just kind of following that now. And I'm about 1.5 kilometers from where I want to stay tonight. I'm going to stay at something called the June Valley Shelter. It's a one of the emergency shelters, you know, and it's kind of nice to set up the tent. But this one is like exactly where I'm planning on ending my day today. As far as conditions go, you know, for north of the Arctic Circle, this is pretty good, but it is freaking freezing cold out here, people. Wind just picked up. I think my nose might be frozen. So I'm gonna suck it up and boot it that last stretch to that survival shelter. And I think I'm gonna stay there for the night. That means I'll have done about 14K, so pretty good day. Well, as soon as I made it about 14 clicks, the wind just died right down, and it is pretty beautiful out here right now, which is awesome. I was traveling through the shadow of a large mountain, and the wind picked up and it started getting really cold. Well, all of a sudden, you know, I rounded a bend and that wind just died, and it's freaking beautiful. So really awesome way to end the day, really rewarding to be able to finish a hard day, like tough going through the snow. Yesterday, I mean, wasn't maybe quite as far as today was, but even though there's some uphills and whatnot and ripping wind, today was just more physically demanding just because of the snow conditions. They're changing. I mean, it feels really good to finish it with you know, perfect conditions in this gorgeous evening like we have right now. And that is the way I'm going tomorrow. Oh. Whoa. Someone left that thing open and a lot of snow blew in here. I don't know if I want to stay here. Just got really nice out. Kind of dark and dingy in there. Thoughts, Buck? Well, just here in June Valley Shelter. My brother,
He sent me a weather update on my InReach, just saying that today we're supposed to get 20 centimeters of snow. That's not much less than a foot. And that also there's supposed to be 60-kilometer-an-hour gusts of wind. Of course, it's very unpredictable here in the past, but it's after 10 o'clock and nothing really seems to be happening out there. Let's take a peek out there, see what's going on. Yeah, definitely nothing too crazy. Low ceiling, low visibility, a little bit of snow, but nothing that's going to hold me back yet. So, all right, time to eat and get going. Breakfast this morning is shrimp curry with rice. Buck, this is not for you. Sometimes I might not feel specifically hungry, but you really need the calories. It helps when it's tasty, like this is a really tasty meal here. Sometimes you just gotta pack it down. After I eat that, I change out of my nice dry clothes. I like to keep at least one set, likely 2 sets of clothes dry all the time. And then I do my best to dry out the clothes that I wear during the day, and then I put them on the next morning. So basically I put on the damp clothes that I travel in on the morning before I start moving around. That way, because I'm moving around, they won't get me cold. And I always keep at least one pair, 2 pairs in this case, that are nice and dry for emergencies. You always want to make sure you have some nice dry clothes. So that's kind of my system, and it seems to be working pretty well. You already had your breakfast, Buck. Pennies for sale or rent. Room for rent to 50 cents. Ain't got no cigarette. I smoke old stogies I have found. King of the road. I have to try to make it a good distance today, all the way to Glacier Lake. So if the snow conditions are as miserable for traveling as they were yesterday, with the soft snow mixed with thin crusted and irregular hard pack drifts, then it's going to take me a while to get there. 16 is going to feel like more than 20. Buck did awesome. You know, he didn't seem to mind at all, which is really impressive. So I'm just going to give her, but I'm going to be ready for this weather to pick up, because you know what? It might just start ripping at any moment. You never know. What's forecasted as 60-kilometer-an-hour gusts could very well be 80, if not more here. I may be faced with a very dangerous situation, very challenging to get your tent up in those situations. Do a final sweep here. So the reason the doors are so small and the 2x4s are there to lock them is because of polar bear threats. Every once in a while a polar bear, you know, comes this far in, and if someone's left some food or something in there, they might want to get in. It's also incredibly sturdily built just because of the weather. So weather and polar bears. So this is the way I'm traveling today, basically right into an abyss. If it doesn't get too windy, I'm guessing it's going to take me about 7 hours to get to where I need to get today. Heading to a place called Glacier Lake. What?
Time to be a sled dog. Come on. Good boy. Good boy. Come on, come on. Good boy. Good boy. Come on, Buck. Buck. No, Buck. Buck, come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. I think maybe it's time to throw some more weight in Buck's paw. He seems to be having a much easier time than me. Buck. Buck, come on. What's this, Buck?
Sometimes Buck needs a little bribing in the morning to get going. And the reason for that is that he knows I'm going to have to come back for the camera. So he's wondering, what's the point? Fortunately, he loves treats.
What's this, Buck? What's this, Buck? Come on, what's this? What's this? Come on. Come on, Buck. Good boy. Come on. Good boy. Good boy. There you go. There you go. Yeah.
Because Buck knows we're not actually leaving right now and I have to go back and get the camera, it means that him coming when he's called now is a trick. It's not really something we're doing out of necessity, and when he does tricks, he expects to get treats for them.
There's the abyss we're headed into. Camera can't even focus.
So I'm just punching along here, headed more or less into an abyss on day 11. And I'm just guided by the dark shadows of the mountains that flank this wide valley here. Traveling on the river, and I just hit a nice patch of hard packed. It is snowing, so it's getting a little softer and softer as the snow accumulates, but this patch of hard packed is just so much of a dream to walk on in comparison with that soft stuff, and your sled just sinking in, harder to pull, and you don't know whether the crust layer of snow is going to be able to support you or not, so you're walking all clumsily, and you know, it just takes so much more out of you. This, I'm actually able to cruise along here. I'm headed for the height of land, so basically I'm looking for that little piece of land that separates the waters from the Owl and the Weasel River, and as soon as I cross that, I'm going to be going down the Weasel River into Pang Fjord. So, you know, definitely have more than half of the K's behind me, but definitely some challenges in front of me as well. Buck's doing pretty good, eh, Buck? Any words, Buck? Thoughts? No? Okay. Good boy. Still traveling into an abyss here, but gives the mountains and the pass an interesting character that I haven't seen yet. It's pretty cool. This actually might be a difficult day to navigate, but the valley tightens up here a good amount, so you know, as long as I kind of try to stay in the middle, I'm more or less going the right way. Almost forgot my sunnies. Busted out another pair of sunglasses. The other ones were just old and scratched and terrible. These ones are like a dream come true. On days like today where it's a whiteout, it's very hard to see any ripples or drifts in the snow because there's nothing to create shadows. I don't know why I didn't start wearing these earlier. And these are actually creating just almost like a little bit of shadow. They're making it easier for me to see kind of the dark parts of the drifts and not get tripped up, or honestly you almost get disoriented when you're walking in this because you're looking at the trail and you're looking in front of you and your mind can't tell the difference between the two and you can almost get dizzy. So I find it helps to have sunglasses on a little bit on days like this, and even though it's overcast and foggy, it's actually really still bright, so you could still get snow blindness even in this weather. So smart to keep the sunnies on for sure. There's the sun trying to pop out. That's the most it's been doing all day. So it looks like the abyss-like situation cleared up a little bit and it actually got nicer out. It's still really foggy a couple clicks ahead of me. Still lots of time for it all to go to shit though. I'm about halfway through the day. It's about 4 in the afternoon or so, which means I probably won't make my desired distance until about 7 or 8 in the evening. But that's not the end of the world because there's so much daylight here at this time of year already north of the Arctic Circle, and the days are just getting longer and longer that
I still should have enough light to travel and set up, etc., etc. So most important thing is just making that distance. With every step, Pangnirtung gets closer.
My God, this is starting to look like something out of a fairy tale.
Wow, this is crazy. The way those jagged mountains are just coming out of the mist there. Looks like an absolute fairy tale from the Ice Age or something like that. It's just like nothing I've ever seen before. It's so cool. I have about 4.5 kilometers left, but a little bit of an issue is that I need to go straight that way, but it looks like an absolute boulder field in there. I don't want to trash the bottom of my sledges. If it gets all ground down and everything, you could wear holes in them, but also it's not going to pull as well when you get to smooth snow. So I think I'm going to go around. It might add at least 500 meters, which is going to start, pushing me a little later and getting to camp. But that's what it is. It's not worth, trashing these pulks and with low snow conditions. Oh my gosh, this mountain right here is just coming out of the clouds. It looks phenomenal.
That is Mount Asgard. It's one of the main landmarks in Akshayak Pass. Asgard is a realm of the gods in Old Norse cosmology. I also want to take a look at these crazy snow and ice patterns. And look at this. This is a little out of the ordinary. Looks like you can cut around these boulders pretty easily here. Gotta go out of our way though.
Just glare ice I'm walking on right now. Come on, Buck. Come on, Buck. Come on. Come on, Buck. Come on. Buck is having some issues back there. I think his sled just hung up, or his sled just hung up on a drift and his feet are on the ice, which can be challenging for him. So let's see if he can make it. Come on, Buck. Come on, Buck. Come on. Oh, poor boy. Yeah, Buck just had a little fall there. So I'm gonna go back and get him, because the last thing I want is for Buck to get injured. Obviously what's happened is that his paws are on the glare ice, which just has a thin dusting of snow on it, and his sled just hung up on the snowdrift behind it, and he's trying. I've seen him get out of some pretty serious binds just by pulling really hard, but it looks like this one isn't the best. I probably should have gone back and got him sooner, because he just had a little bit of a fall there. You okay, Buck? You okay, buddy? You're okay. You're a big tough husky. Huh? Are you a sled dog? Oh, poor boy. Poor boy. Poor boy. Yeah, you see his paws are just on this glare ice. Can't get any traction. And his sledge is hung up here. So, I mean, he gave it a good shot. Okay, you'll get a treat. You'll get a treat. Take it easy. Go on. Yeah. Good boy. Yeah, he can get good traction with his claws, but not when there's a lot holding him back. So, something you want to be careful about. He's gonna get a treat. Yes, he is. Yeah. He's a very good boy. He's a very good boy. Good boy. Okay, come on. Come on, Buck. Come on. You're slipping. Come on, good boy. Good boy. Oh, he's doing such a good job. Good boy. Good boy. It's amazing how good traction he does get, all things considered. Just with his claws, it's glare ice. Okay, so I made it about 16K, right for this jagged mountain. Pretty cool little spot. Looks like tomorrow I'm gonna have quite the elevation gain. It's gonna be a challenge hauling up this very steep embankment here. Probably the steepest climb of the trip. It's gonna be coming up early in the day tomorrow. The temperatures dropped down a good bit because the sun has dropped behind the mountains, and I'm just gonna get set up here and get some food and go to bed. Basically, great day of traveling today. It started out just really going into an abyss, really hazy, but no wind, a slight snow, and of course I was concerned it was going to get, the weather was going to turn on me, but in fact it got better. Even now there's hardly any wind, and it just turned into an absolute freaking paradise. Like, unreal. I feel like I'm just in another world of enchanted beauty here. It's so cool. And I was able to make good time because I had some hard packed snow, much better than yesterday. So all in all, great day. So yeah, I'm just gonna get set up and get some food in me and head to bed, and tomorrow's another day. It looks like there's gonna be enough snow here for me to anchor my tent well. Tropical, the island breeze, all the nature wild and free. This is where I long to be, Latislav, Baffin Island. That's why I come out here, because I can sing all the most embarrassing songs that I secretly like. Judging by the way the wind's been going and the snowdrift, I'm thinking the wind's gonna come from this way. So I don't want to set the wide part of my tent up broadside to take the blunt force of the wind. So I'm probably going to make the door facing the camera. Latislav, Baffin Island. This is a paradise here. Might not be what your average person might consider a paradise, as in a tropical paradise, but I can't say I've ever seen another place or been to another place that is so dramatically beautiful and just so gripping. The country here and the natural history and the human history and the wildness of the place. It really makes you feel small. Great day today. I think maybe one of the best days yet. Just scenery wise, weather wise. You know, not too cold, not too hot. Conditions were good. Lots of snow to properly stake out my tent. Always a nice thing to have. And even enough snow here to make a snow block wall, and might be hard packed enough. I might have to search out the harder packed stuff, but making a T down that way, get the stake in properly sideways like that, and the stem of the T is there to allow room for the rope for the guy. Lots of snow here to shovel onto my tent flaps, which is also really nice. Man, what a nice spot. Good thing about winter trekking is most of the time you can kind of stop anywhere as long as there's enough snow to stake your tent, because your water source for the most part is just whatever you can melt, so you don't have to find a place that's close to water, because it's all around. Because this tent doesn't have a floor, so I'll have a lot of snow to melt for water. Now this area definitely looks like an area that can get some real ripping winds. Of course, right now it's all beautiful, but as we know, the weather can change dramatically and quickly here. So, no matter how nice it is out, I always set my tent up really sturdily when I'm in the Arctic. Oh, that's gorgeous. Really bury this snow stake. Just gonna line it up, and right where the line goes, we'll make another cut into the ground like that. That's a perfect example of how to dig out a spot to plant a snow stake. Snow here is really a hard pack, so it makes it a little easier. That slides right down in there like that. It's really important to make sure that you cut the part for the guy line from the tent, or else when you tighten it, it'll want to just pull up. You'll want to pull the stake out. Honestly, the rope would probably break before that pulled out of the snow. Nice to camp on snow that's kind of hard packed because it's all loose. It gets on top of your ground sheet and then kind of melts when your stove's on, and just not the best. It's already a little warmer in my tent than it is outside. You can tell because the screen's fogging up a bit. You not hungry? Think you eat? No? I can really feel these are insulated work gloves, so they're actually pretty warm, especially when you're moving around. But it's cold enough out now that I can really feel my hands freezing. I got them balled up inside here. This bag here is full of a ton of my charging equipment and stuff. Battery, solar charger. Freaking heavy, probably weighs like 30 pounds, maybe more. And that's not even all of it. If you count my DSLR and my camcorder and GoPros, and I have 2 batteries and a solar panel. Big first aid kit. Lots of painkillers, but also have a nice medicated salve that I'm looking forward to rubbing on the chafed area between my legs. Okay, let's talk some dinner options. Yum. We have chili. Yes, vegetarian chili. Some soup. Ranchero soup, shrimp curry with rice. This is actually one of my faves. Some more, lot of chili. It's gonna be a chili night tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Chili night tonight, and then I'm probably gonna eat this shrimp curry for breakfast, just cause, I don't know, it's just freaking delicious, people. In case you're wondering, yes, I am eating my tent. It's just too damn cold to eat out here, and I like to use the gas that I use to melt snow and boil water to then make my freeze-dried food. I like to use that to dry out my clothes. So I asked some of the Inuit about cooking in your tent, and they said, yeah, you can do it, just don't be stupid about it. And the guy went on to say that's a stupid Kabluna rule. Kabluna means white man in Inuktitut. So there you have it. Wow, look at just the scenery behind me. It's just crazy, eh? Up on the mountaintop there, you can see just the edge of a glacier. Home sweet home. When you're melting snow, it's best if you have a little water to start it off. I don't have any here, so I'm just basically cutting snow blocks from the floor of my tent and shaving it into small pieces, and then I'm gonna melt it and we'll get some water going here. Once I get through this, should be a little softer underneath. No free tickets around here, man. Everything is work. Everything takes work. Well, now I have to blow up my ground pad, get my sleeping bag out, change out of my wet clothes into my dry clothes, hang up all my wet clothes, charge a bunch of batteries, make some tea, make food, eat, go to bed. So I'm probably not going to be sleeping for another couple hours, but nothing's easy when you're out here, that's for sure.
10 a.m. and it is windy outside. It was windy all night. I could barely sleep because the tent was shaking and rattling, which made me a little nervous. And it hasn't let up this morning. It's coming in big gusts. Right now it's actually not too bad, so I'm hoping it starts to get better, but from my experience it actually gets worse come mid-afternoon. So I don't know what I'm going to do today. I might have to stay put, or I might just try to battle it. I was planning on doing 20 kilometers today, but that also includes 600 feet of uphill to cross the height of land in between the Owl and Weasel rivers. And I'm going to be crossing Summit Lake and Glacier Lake, which apparently have no snow on them. They're just windswept, which means very challenging to get a tent set up in heavy winds. So you know, I might leave and find myself in a dangerous situation. I'm not sure. And I guess I'm going to start getting things ready, and if the weather breaks, then I'll go. If it doesn't, I'll just stay here. Every once in a while, like it's doing now, it seems like it's kind of dying off, and then it just comes back even stronger. It's really gusty, you know, it'll just die and then it'll be and just shake my tent like crazy. I've been in worse in these tents before, but it always makes you a little concerned, you know, what if your tent blows away or your guy lines break or something. Anyways, right now I don't have any fuel in the tent, so I gotta go out of the tent into the ripping wind to pull some fuel back in and melt some water. Why did I think it was a good idea to go out there without my gloves? Damn it. My hands are freezing. This is why I always go the extra length to do a good job setting up my tent. Yesterday when I set it up, the weather was really nice, and in the night it went to shit. So I'm really glad I took that extra time to shovel the snow around the outside on the flap and to bury those snow stakes really deeply. Just use my snow knife here to try to push the wall back because the wind is just coming in so hard on that wall. It's shifting the tent and gusting, and it's
It's kind of getting me a little bit nervous because it'll be still and then all of a sudden it'll just be raging wind and the whole freaking tent will shake and I'll be like, whoa, scared that it's going to blow over. But I mean, this goes to show one of the reasons why you want to bring a really tough tent. Look at the width of the poles on this thing, you know, and it's canvas, it's not nylon, it's pretty thick material, it's pretty heavy, but for winter it can stand up to a lot. I probably should have camped in a little bit more protected area. Not that there really was one around here, but I'm kind of camped right out in the open, and that's not helpful to block the wind. Now, of course, the wind can always change direction, so even if you set up in an area that blocks the prevailing winds that day, an hour later, they could be different anyways. So you really want to have a sturdy tent. I just hope this weather breaks, man. This has just not been a very exciting day for old Jim, and a little bit concerning too.
That in the distance is Mount Asgard. Now if I could only get there, this weather would have to cooperate though. So that flat top mountain in the distance is Mount Asgard, one of the key prominent features in Auyuittuq National Park, and I'm going to be getting a lot closer to it if this freaking weather would break. I haven't been able to travel at all today. Just going to cook up some food here, and I don't know, man. Hopefully this wind breaks. It's cold, it's just way too windy. I definitely made the right decision not to go anywhere today. Freezing cold out there too, let me tell you. So it is what it is. I just got some tea on the stove and boiling some water. Gonna make some vegetarian chili for dinner. Should be yummy. And just plotting over my route for the next couple days. Well, I just let Buck out for a pee, and it's starting to look better out there. I noticed the tent's not violently shaking to the point where I'm terrified it's going to blow down. So hopefully it's getting better. I don't want to jinx it, but fingers are crossed. You know, last time I was stuck in the tent for 2 days. In the evening it died right down, and then the next morning it picked up again and was even worse and was a blizzard. But that's rare, so I'm thinking this is some good news. Pretty bored. Wish I'd brought a book to read. I forgot my book. Luckily I remembered all my other survival stuff, but could have used a book. I'll tell you that right now. Anyway, so we're just hoping that we're going to be able to, you know, press on tomorrow. The lower stretch is supposed to be amazing. I'm going to have to climb over 80 meters tomorrow, though, God willing, if the weather's good. To get up to Glacier Lake. So it's going to be the biggest and most abrupt climb of the trip. Right now I've climbed up 825 feet, and for the most part it's been pretty gradual. But this is going to be kind of the big bang, and then from that point on I'm going to be going downhill back to sea level in the next 4 days. So it's going to be quite steep and the majority downhill. So that's also going to help me, I think, speed things up too. So anyways, I guess what can I do? Just get to bed early and I don't know, hope for good weather and get going first thing tomorrow morning, and you know, try to get ahead of schedule or back on schedule at least. Buck! Buck, what's this? Dinner? Dinner? Buck, come here. There's a boy. Oh, he's a hungry boy. What's he all fired up about? Let me go look. Maybe the weather hasn't broken. Jesus! So it is day 13. Still windy outside, but the incredible gusts died down last night and then kind of petered off around 8 a.m. this morning. It's maybe about 9:30, 10 right now. I'm hoping they don't pick up again, but I mean, it's still windy, but it's not life-threatening windy. So I'm going to travel today. Right off the hop, I have about 400 feet to gain in elevation to make it up to Glacier Lake. Anybody that's tried hauling a sledge up even a slight incline knows that it's very challenging, and it's going to be challenging for Buck too. So I'm looking to do maybe between 15 and 20 kilometers today. And yeah, I'm just gonna try to pack up and get going and keep my face and everything protected from the wind today, and just dress warmly and try not to travel too fast. I'm reaching the maximum height and elevation of this trip today, which is, you know, well over 900 feet. So there is some elevation factors playing a role here in the weather, but I'm actually crossing the height of land today in between the Owl and the Weasel rivers. And the height of land is basically just a high point that separates the waters that flow from the Owl River and into the Weasel River. So after I cross that height of land, I'll be traveling into the Weasel River watershed today, and pretty much everything should be downhill until I get to Auyuittuq Fjord. Apparently this next section of the trail though is much more rugged than the one I've just done. So I mean, downhill sounds good. If it's really steep, of course, that poses challenges with the sledges as well, because going downhill they speed up and they want to flip you around, and you can run into issues like that as well. But if it's gradual downhill, I should be definitely easier than going up. We'll say that. That's a definite. I've got to break camp. It takes a while to get going in the mornings, that's for sure. There's so many different things to do, but I'm looking forward to starting to put one foot in front of the other tomorrow. Yesterday was a long, boring break, so I'm glad that's over. I'm glad to be moving again. Out of stove gas. Crap! Man, that water was so close to boiling. So I found it interesting that to know that the waters of Glacier Lake actually used to flow both ways. They used to flow into the Weasel and into the Owl River, so that water would collect and then it would flow both ways over the height of land, which is rare, but it's something that you find in rapidly changing watersheds of glacial environments. The portion that flows into the Owl dried up in the late 1950s, which is kind of amazing to see watersheds changing like that. You wouldn't see something like that usually happening in such recent history further to the south, and it just goes to show that I've really traveled back to the last ice age here.
this is crazy or stupid or both, but it seems to me like the winds have just picked up right as I take my tent down. Great. It was not like this an hour ago.
Buck's still snoozing. Buck has a really thick warm fur coat, but he already started shedding before he came here, so he's not 100% acclimatized. So I like to bring a warm jacket for him for times like this. Really warm fleece jacket, so when he's just lying around not moving like this, he won't get cold. Are you cold, Buck? Buck, are you cold? He doesn't look overly impressed, but he's not shivering. We're probably not too close to it. Words to the camera, Buck? Okay. Nothing like waking up in the morning and facing the full brunt of the far north. Back to sleep for an hour. Hopefully they die, and finally I didn't wake up or start moving till maybe 9:15. But I did, and it's okay because there's a lot of light. But sometimes you gotta just tell yourself that if you get up and do it, you'll progress. It can be challenging doing this. Yeah, times are fun, but some parts are super freaking hard, like hauling your ass out of bed when you're nice and warm into a freaking blizzard outside to walk 15K and climb a 600-foot mountain. See, but I know that if I get up and if I move, that I will progress.
So, and progressing feels good, but just all the things along the way to get there don't necessarily, but once you do them, it feels good. Unless you die in a blizzard. Fuck! Come on! Come on! Good boy! There we go. That's your boy. Good boy. You're gonna be just fine, Buck. Well, almost ready to progress here.
That's where I'm heading.
Up. This is going to be interesting. That's all I can say. Walking beside a big esker. Eventually I'm gonna have to go up it.
An esker is an ancient riverbed that once flowed under a glacier.
England, baby, maybe to Spain. Wherever I go, I know the blues are all the same. Well, we've reached a really big uphill part here. Still making my way up this big hill here. Buck did a really good job coming up the second part there, as you saw, but this last part, which is by far the steepest, so I was really trucking along and I turned back and he was quite a ways down. One thing that's good here is I think the wind is coming this way. It's not a headwind, and I think I'm behind a mountain now that's kind of blocking it. which is just way better without that ripping wind. Oh my god, that was making things miserable. And you can see this big huge esker, just a big hump like that. What's this, Buck? What's this? Come on, Buck. What's this? What's this, Buck? Come on, Buck. Come on. Come on, Buck. Come on, Buck. Come on. What's this, Buck? Come on, Buck. Come on. Come on, Buck. I think I'm going to give him a bit of a hand here. He's been doing such a good job. It's tough to grade the steepness of the hill here, but I assure you it's pretty steep. Come on! Come on! Come on! Come on, Buck! Come on, Buck! Buck, come on! Buck, come on, Buck! It's okay, Buck, come on! Buck! Man, hauling up these hills, even the littlest incline makes it so hard. Good boy. Do you see what happened is that the sled started going back down and the rope got tangled around his legs. So he doesn't know to keep pulling forward to keep the sled from going back. And I think that that's kind of what spooks him about going up hills. It's not that it's too hard. I mean, it is tough, but it's also he's worried he's gonna get tangled, so it's a pretty good instinct. Well, I got Buck up there, but it proved to be a false summit. It's another big hill right afterwards. What I did though was I tipped Buck's pulk over so it wouldn't slide back down if he wanted to move around, and it'll get him kind of fixed in one spot. Looks like that wicked wind is picking back up. attach my harness to the pole car and pop off every once in a while. And I could have lost everything down the hill there. I made it up this other steep incline to find that it was another false summit, and I still have that to go up. At least the winds aren't quite as strong, but I got to do it kind of twice every time because Buck needs help up these steep parts, so I got to go back and get him, and he's a ways back.
Come on. Go on.
Good boy, bud. Good boy. Good boy. Good boy. Good boy. Good boy. Well, I think that might be it. I might be standing on the height of land right now. And I'm just gonna have to follow some relatively flat terrain, and I will be on Glacier Lake, which connects to Summit, which flows into the Weasel, which means it's all downhill from here. Yeah! Of course, this part of the trail is extremely rugged, and it's definitely gonna have its challenges, so I don't want to cheer too much, but that's a really good part to put behind me. Some pretty awesome scenery, but it's kind of kicking my butt right now. Buck! Buck! As you can see, going downhill when you're hauling a sled has its challenges too if it's steep. hasn't let up, and I've only made it about 3 kilometers out of the 15 I want to make. It's just so slow walking into this wind. So I stopped, I drank something warm, I drank some water, I ate something, I'm feeling a little better, and I'm gonna just try going forward, and depending on how I feel, depending on the conditions, if I don't think I can do it, I'm gonna stop, I'm gonna make a snow block wall, and I'm gonna try to set up my tent in these ripping winds. I don't think I'm gonna be able to make it another 13K against these winds today. It's just crazy. I really don't see me being able to set up late today against these winds. Right now I'm blocked a little by this. The camera with mitts on. One of my GoPros is completely out of batteries, and the other one is frozen and won't work. Oh man, super tough day today too. Coming up that mountain. I just really hope that the wind doesn't change directions on me here. I'm basically just going to try to dig out a space here for the tent. Should be interesting. It's my own fault for sweating too much coming up that hill, but how do you not sweat going up a mountain? But now I have my down parka on and I feel the chill coming on, so I have nothing really, no backup anymore. So if the wind shifts on me, I could be but hopefully it won't. Finally a good one. Battery's about to die. I'm hoping you know, I'll be able to get this done and for you to have a look at. I don't know how much more battery life I have, but I think it's pretty much toast. Yeah, battery's dead. Well guys, maybe you're the last people to see me alive, huh? Hopefully not. Okay, just checking in with you. My freaking video camera is just totally etched in snow. Oh man. I'll have to hopefully somehow, it's as if I gotta film my survival situation I'm in, you know? It's hard enough I'm already. Ice on the lens. Okay, well, that's gonna have to do. Oh man, look how much snow is dumping in my camera case. There's just little particles of snow blowing all over the place. Buck has become a snowdrift himself. Here's my last snow block. Now, it doesn't feel so windy where we are right now because of the wall. Pop your head over the other side of that wall, it starts to feel really windy, believe me. So I'm just gonna shape this out a bit, thin it out. Doesn't need to be so thick. Still needs to be pretty thick though. Flatten the bottom best I can. Just basically trying to square it up a bit. sorry, Buck. Oh, I accidentally kicked Buckaroo in the face. Oh, I didn't see you there, Buck. You blended in. You don't look like you're shivering. We're gonna get you in the tent and give you some food. Good boy. I made a stupid decision traveling today. So I built it on top of a snowbank. You can see here. But because I did that, I was able to make it a lot higher. So now I just got to get my tent up. In the Arctic, there are tricks like this. They take a lot of work, but you can use them and you can survive. Yeah, sure, no problem. The only thing is there's very little margin for error. If you can't build it and you can't get your tent up, you die. You don't just have a chilly night. It's game over. Anyways, I'm gonna get my tent up ASAP and get in there, get the stove going and get some food in me and get some sleep. If I didn't have this snow block wall here, I wouldn't be getting this tent up, especially not broadside to the wind. No way. Buck! Buck, go on. Go on. Buck, go on. In there, go on. This is a bit of a panic part because if a big wind comes up, it could render this, it could just blow this down before I get the stakes in. That in the old-fashioned way. Anchor that really freaking well. When I'm in a situation like this, I always anchor the tent first before I start shoveling snow on the flap because it's the anchors that are really going to keep it from blowing away. Stake it like that. Well, that's about it. I'm gonna just shovel snow on the edges of this, throw all my stuff in there, melt water and do all the other things I gotta do before bed. Hopefully dry these cameras out. But I'm safe now. I got my tent up. And this tent, even if I don't have the wall, it can stand up to a lot. It's just you can't get it up without a wall. I've decided that I'm gonna have my last hot chocolate tonight. What do you think? Do I deserve it? I think so.
Camera's still quite foggy. I'm hopefully, oh there, that's looking a little better. Let's look at the buck. You look like a big snowball today out there.
You're a big tough sled dog, aren't you? Yeah, you're a big husky.
That's my most trusted companion right there, and well, he means a moral support out here. I was really impressed by how well he did today. He just did awesome. He was always behind me no matter how hard the wind was. He just kept trucking on, and You know, he's just got such a big heart, this dog. It's just amazing. He's such a big and kind heart too. He's just such a great companion to have out here. He's snoring. Keeping your water bottles in your sleeping bag at night prevents them from freezing solid, which is a serious concern here in the Arctic. I like to put hot water in mine and then put them in my sleeping bag, and it's an extra heat source for cold nights like tonight, which is freezing f***ing cold. Anyways, I think that's it. Got a little survival situation-y tonight, but me and Buck pulled through. Got our tent in a good spot. Hopefully the weather's better tomorrow, but who knows. And yeah, that's about it. We're alive, we're well, and we have about 6 more days left to finish this trip. Hopefully we can do it.
Day 14. Finally out of the tent. It's probably about noon, and it felt like it wasn't windy today because I set my tent up behind a large sand dune, dug into a snowdrift and built a snow block wall. But there's still pretty strong wind kicking out here as soon as I walk away from the cover. Nothing like yesterday though. Trying to make it 15 clicks, and I'm feeling like, man, is it going to be another freeze your ass off day? Like, fingers crossed the weather doesn't take a dive again, because having to frantically build a shelter like I did last night when you're about to freeze to death is not the ideal situation, we'll say. And I don't think there's much hard packed snow out there on Glacier and Summit Lake, which I'm going to be crossing. Anyways, I guess just pack up and get the hell out of here. It always takes a little while, but before long I should be at the mouth of the Weasel River. So that's the plan. I'm a little behind schedule. I'm gonna have to up my daily distance to at least 15k a day and hope for good weather. And if I have bad weather, I might have to reschedule my flights. Nothing I can do. There's, pretty much 4 days so far where I couldn't travel, and that really ups your daily distance when that happens. But in between, I've had some great days, so I can't complain. So cozy little spot it turned out to be last night, and time to get moving on. Looks like the scenery is going to be just crazy cool. Going all right. I'm just crossing Glacier Lake. The winds aren't quite as strong as they were this morning, which was really slowing me down. But I think I'm going to make it my 15 clicks today. I'm trying not to travel too fast. I'm trying not to build up a sweat, which is very hard to do. Anyways, this lake is just amazing. It's just surrounded by huge mountains, just with absolute pointy peaks flanking it on either side. It's just absolutely beautiful. Really, really cool spot here. Come on, Buck. Come on, Buck. It's okay. This is gonna be challenging.
Okay, what's this? What is this? Come here. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Buck. Buck. Come on. Good boy. Yeah, see, it's safe. It's safe. What's this? Good boy! Good boy! What's that? What's that? What's that? Good boy, Buck. Okay, come here. Come here. Come on. Come here. Good boy. Good boy. Good boy. Good Buck. Buck, you have a pretty sheepish look on your face. But you're being a very good boy. Here, what's this? What's this? Buck, what's this? Good boy. Good boy.
Well, maybe Buck has mustered up the courage to pull this off. We will see.
Good boy, Buck.
But if he doesn't want to do it, I'll just pull his toboggan so we don't waste too much time here. Once his toboggan is on the ice, he's fine, but it's when his toboggan's on snow and his feet are on the ice that he slips. So it looks like he'll just find his way around like a maze. I'm coming, I'm coming. How cute is that, eh?
You gonna do it, Buck? Come on, Buck, you can do it. Are you gonna do it? Good boy! Good boy!
top of it being hard to get his sledge off a snowdrift when his feet are on the ice, Buck has a fear of walking on glare ice. This is because he fell through thin, clear ice when he was just a puppy. By being patient and coaxing him along with treats and reassurance, Buck was amazingly able to overcome his fear in a short period of time, and he was very proud of himself.
Here, Buck. Come here. Come here. Come here, Buck. Good boy. Good boy.
Well, I am really impressed with Buck today.
Good boy.
I didn't think he would get over his fear of walking on glare ice that much, and he not only got over it, but he figured out how to manage himself and balance and not slip and fall, which is amazing. God, everything is just so much more easier and more enjoyable when there's not just that ripping ice wind, let me tell you. I don't know if I can capture this, but this place is just ridiculously epic, man. Like otherworldly. It's so cool. How cool would it be to play a game of pond hockey here, eh? Amazing. Awesome. Well, this is home for the night, right where the Weasel River leaves Summit Lake. Really beautiful spot. There's a haze moving in over the mountains, and I'm just going to set up right here. Thankfully the wind died down and it's not too cold out, so that's great. Yeah, so good day today. After today I have 4 more days left to make it all the way to Pang, but it's downriver, and apparently the Weasel is pretty much glare ice, so I should be able to travel pretty quickly, which is great news. Anyways, here we go, getting the tent set up again. Okay, well, I got my tent set up. It's probably about 8 o'clock. Made it about 13 kilometers today, not bad. But yeah, beautiful spot, and I'm hoping the weather stays like this. The wind died down. It just makes things so much less terrifying and so much more enjoyable when there's not just a ripping wind. Right now, it's just everywhere you look, it's just dramatic scenery. There's a haze has rolled in, but it's very still, and the mountains are just like coming out of the fog. It's super cool. So I think I have 4 days left to get to Pang. And I think I should be able to do it if conditions don't get scary again. I think I should be able to do it no problem. So I'm excited for the rest of this journey, and it's looking like the next stretch is going to be the most impressive too, which is awesome. There's a dog in there. Well, here I am in the tent. I'm just gonna fire up the stove. Daily routine. Okay, well, here we are, day 15, And on the agenda today, I'm just going to try to put about 15 to 17 clicks behind me, and I'm going to pass Mount Thor, which is the largest vertical face in the world. You can just kind of see it poking up through the clouds behind me there. I'm really excited to see that, and the good thing is that it looks like it's clearing up a bit today. It started off really overcast, which meant that I wouldn't really get a good look at it, so hopefully it keeps clearing up. No wind this morning, but now a really icy wind is picked up that I'm going to be walking into. But you know what, as far as the Arctic goes, as far as traveling through Akshayak Pass goes, it's not that bad. Definitely manageable, nothing like what I had the other day. So yeah, we're just going to get going here and enjoy all the views today. It's going to be awesome. They clearly don't have problems with unsafe ice conditions up here in the north. Right now I'm just walking down a frozen waterfall. Amazing. This would be rushing open water down south, but it just goes to show how cold it gets here. Crazy. Here's part of the frozen waterfall we just walked down, and we still have to go way down there. This is a tough one, Buck. I think I'm gonna have to take this one. What do you say, Buck? Huh? Are you gonna hand me the reins for this one? What do you think? Huh? It's a frozen waterfall. It's very slippery. I think I'm gonna take your sled. Okay, cool. Thoughts? Okay? Is that okay? Okay, good. Okay, good. His tail's wagging. That means good in dog. Just feels like a freaking dream around here. I'm walking down a beautiful frozen waterfall, glacial moraines on both sides, right in front of Mount Thor. Unbelievable. It's gonna do 2 trips, one with my sleds, one with Buck's. What a show. Well, as you can see, going downhill has its challenges too. It just can be a total show and it can get kind of dangerous. It's a really good thing that I have my ice spikes on, or else this would be a very different story. Well, not too much more to go. Should be through this. cool is this though? I'm standing in the middle of a freaking frozen waterfall. Looks perfectly safe. The ice. Ah! Just kidding. Look at that. That is an epic mountain. Stay. Okay, watch out, go on. Stay. Buck knows to stay when we reach spots like this. A little bit of overflow there. Well, that was interesting. The rest of the Weasel, from what I can see of it anyways, is flat and looks like really smooth ice, so it should be pretty easy trekking. However, now for this last stretch, should be pretty fun. Doing something like this out here is a lot more dangerous than doing it closer to civilization. Like, I'm in the middle of nowhere. If I blow out a knee here, I'm pretty screwed, so I gotta be somewhat careful, but there's only so much you can actually be careful when you're doing stuff like this, and just gotta go for it. Thor in the clouds. And my DSLR is just totally smashed. I can hear something rattling around in there. Disastrous. Look at Mount Thor here. Is that not the most beautiful thing you've ever seen in your freaking life? Because I think that is the coolest thing I've ever seen, man. It's just giving me such a rush right now. It's like, wow. It's so beautiful. So cool. Well, I've decided to push on a little further today. I'm gonna make it all the way to a place called Windy Lake. So I got a bit of an earlier start today. You know, it is gonna be pushing it. The weather is getting cold. It's really windy, but you know, I think I can do it with relative safety. And you know, to be honest with you, there's not really a good place to put my tent up around here anyways, because the snow's not very deep, so it'd be hard to build a snow block wall, and I'm not going to be able to put it up against these drifts. I'm still walking past the imposing Mount Thor. It looks quite different actually from every angle, which is really cool. Just such a spectacular freaking mountain. And I'm just heading down a big hill here on the Weasel River. I guess I suppose it's another waterfall, and it just looks so cool. Crazy, this glare ice I'm walking over here. Hope I'm not pushing the envelope too much. The weather's getting pretty ugly out. Day 15. Gonna try to keep pushing for another couple hours though. Try to knock off 20K today. Hoping it's not a bad idea, but really there's nowhere to set a tent around here anyways. Because there's not deep enough snow and there's too much wind. I couldn't really build a snow block wall if I wanted to. So it makes sense to keep pushing on. It's windy and miserable, but manageable right now. But there's always that fear of, you know, what if it gets worse? Easy climb. So, some good news. I just had a look at my map and double checked it on the GPS. And I am less than 2 kilometers from the Arctic Circle and from my goal for the day, which is Windy Lake. Yes, I'm ahead of schedule. That always feels good. I'm a little blocked by the wind in this crazy valley I'm in right now, where obviously in the summer there's just a ripping rapid on the Weasel River, but I'm just walking right over it. It's sort of seeming like it's kind of going to clear up. That horrible, ominous storm never really quite hit. It sort of split up a bit. So, yeah, I'm going to live. Yeah! That's awesome. But, this is just the coolest freaking scenery I've ever seen in my life. Like, everywhere I look, it just seems surreal, and I'm just mind-blowing. It's so cool. Well, when I said we were less than 2 kilometers away from the Arctic Circle and from where I need to make it today, that wasn't, yeah, it's true, 2 kilometers, but I'm not traveling over glare ice anymore. I'm traveling through this. Basically just picking my way through an absolute freaking boulder field. And it's just up and down and horrific, really slow going. So, You know, I'm close, but not that close. It all depends on what terrain you got to deal with out here. Day 16, I went through a boulder field late in the evening last night, and then the winds got pretty nasty, and I just set up at the edge of the river. No problem, had a pretty good night. It's not quite windy, but the winds died off early this morning. Right now it's probably around 11 o'clock, and I'm just about to get going, and I should be crossing the Arctic Circle in about 15-20 minutes of my first step that I take today. Today the plan is to make it through the rest of Akshayak Pass. It looks like it's a decent day, very cold, probably about minus 30, plus a pretty steady wind, maybe about, I don't know, 30-40 kilometer an hour wind. But I'm looking to make it to Auyuittuq Fjord today, and so I'm going to be done the pass today if all goes well. Now, get my solar panel out and get some batteries being charged, because obviously filming this is a big part of it, and let me tell you, it makes it a lot more challenging. Sometimes the last thing I want to do is pull out the video camera when I already have to worry about my own life and my own survival. Breaking out the camera just makes things more dangerous, more time consuming for me, but it's definitely an important part of documenting this, and you know, this is what I do. Today the plan is to just make time, enjoy myself, try not to die in an Arctic gale, and hopefully I don't freeze my ass off. Fuck out of there. Stop trying to bite the caribou antler. Came across this big bull caribou antler. Caribou were once a lot more common in the past, but now there's no more here. People don't really know why the caribou herds are declining. Probably a lot of factors, including climate change. But I'm sure there's maybe the odd one, but you know, I don't know if there's any. There used to be a fair number in the past here. Now they've just left their remnants. This one obviously died. That's its skull there. But still a cool thing to see. Come on, Buck! Good boy. You ready to be a sled dog? Come on. Good boy. just walking along the Weasel River, looking at my GPS, and I am standing on the Arctic Circle right now. How cool is that? I'm just walking a bit away from my pulks because up on land there is a backpacking trail on the Pang side of the pass, and there is a marker, a stone cairn, and here I am. I'm coming up on it right now. Cool. 66 degrees, 30 minutes north. Go up there, Buck. There's Buck's at the Arctic Circle. Is that the Arctic Circle, Buck? Come here, Buck. Come here. Buck, don't you... Oh. Buck's peeing on the Arctic Circle monument. Buck, have a little respect, for crying out loud. On the Arctic Circle! Proof is in the pudding, baby! This calls for an Arctic Circle selfie. Switch to selfie mode. Arctic Circle, baby. Come here, Buck, get in it. Come here, Buck. Come here, Buck. Come here, come here. Good boy, get in on this selfie. Come on. Come on, you want in on this. This is good. Come here. Sit, sit, sit. Okay, look at the camera, Buck. Look at the camera. Now look here, what's this? What's this? What's this here? Good boy. Good boy. Buck, you're supposed to be tied up, by the way. Park rules. We're gonna get you on a leash. Look at how this huge section is just windswept right down to the rocks. Goes to show how powerful the winds are in here, that they just blow all the snow away. Still very wintry though. I'm sure it was a white Christmas. Anyways, cool little pit stop there at the Arctic Circle. Time to get moving again. So it's not nearly as smooth, and when his feet get on the ice and his sledge is on the drift, he starts to slip. He can't get traction to then pull the sledge onto the ice, so he keeps trying to weave and maneuver around, following the patches of snow and to try to miss the patches of ice when he can, and it's all working out for him to be way slower. You know, the other thing is, because we're traveling on a river here, the ice isn't all perfectly flat, because what happens is the river will freeze at this water level, and as the water goes down, the ice is not flat, it's very uneven. So that's also making it challenging, because let's say he tries to go off a little hill, well then the pulks will just slide down the side. So what I think I'm going to do is, I think I'm going to take his pulk and I'm going to attach it to the back of mine again, because it's kind of dangerous. I don't want him to get injured, and it's just way too slow. And it's not too hard for me because I'm pulling mostly on glare ice, which is a piece of cake. Good boy. Good boy. Way to try. Way to try. this glare ice and the conditions with the drifts and the smooth ice spooks him a little bit. He doesn't really like walking on it. So on top of it being slow and potentially getting him hurt, he also just hates it. So I think it's best just for the next little stretch for me to carry the load. So easy to pull on this ice, you know, it doesn't even matter. This is going to be faster than if Buck was pulling and taking his time like he has to do in these conditions. So this is a good decision. Here's an example of where the ice froze and then the river water level went down. Going through an area of a lot of sand and gravel, low snow. So I hooked Buck back up because it's not the ice situation. Go on, Buck, go on. Go on, Buck. Good boy. Well, this is very interesting. We've come to what's definitely a rapid in the Weasel, and we have what looks probably like a 30-foot at least elevation drop here in the Weasel, but it's just a boulder riddled mess, and there's not even any snow. There's a bit of a trail here and it looks like it's just going right over sand, so this should be kind of interesting. Let's have a look at it. Buck's already given up. Buck, we haven't even started yet. So, this should be interesting. No more easy dragging on the ice of the Weasel. But looks like this sand only lasts for a bit and then it's going to be ice again. So we'll see how we get through it. Good boy. Come on. Okay, go on. Go on. Go on. Go on. Okay, come on. Yeah. Come on. Good boy. Good boy. was interesting, but Buck and I made it through the boulder field waterfall. We're back onto some smooth ice here, and the wind's died down a bit, and we have some blue skies, and it's just freaking absolutely beautiful out here. There's what we just came down. It feels good to get that out of the way, and hopefully we can make some faster time on this next stretch, so onwards with the trip. The really clear ice spooked Buck a bit. When he was a puppy, he fell through the ice. Scared of the ice? Are you scared? Come on. Come on. Come on. You don't like it, do you? You don't like it. You don't. Oh look, we got another glacier here. I think that's called Bear's Paw Glacier, I don't know. Come on. Well, this is it, guys. I'm at the end of Akshayak Pass, done the pass. And of course, the trip's not going to be finished. There's still going to be a couple days of hard trekking along the sea ice, but wow, this has just been an unreal journey, this pass here. So cool. And I'm sure the next part of the trip will be amazing too, but it feels great to be done this last stretch here. Super cool, and wow, these last few days has just been absolutely majestic. A little bit of wind starting to pick up. I'm a little bit concerned, thinking, well, maybe I should stop now, but you know what, I'm gonna try to get ahead a little bit. There's not too much wind. It's cold. It's probably about -25, -30 Celsius, but I think I'm gonna push on and make it another couple kilometers just to get ahead of the game, because this weather is definitely manageable compared to some of the other stuff I've been dealing with. So feeling pretty good right now. Buck started pulling again here. We're not on glare ice anymore, so. I saw this thing on social media about these Parks Canada Muskoka chairs, and I see one over there. I think that's what the f is that thing? It is a red Muskoka chair. Look at that! What a bizarre thing to just be out here. Oh yeah! Nice view. Well, here I am walking on the sea ice. I decided, since the weather seemed pretty stable, I figure I should put a couple more kilometers behind me. I only have 2 days to make it to Pang. 31 kilometers to get there. And I need to be there late afternoon, latest the day after tomorrow. So why not push on a little? Scenery still looks dramatic. Well, I just did a crazy push, made it an extra 7K, and I showed up and my second toboggan broke off and is gone, and the poles to set up my tent are in that. So I might be f***ed right now. I don't know how much light I have left or what, but I'm thinking maybe I see it in the distance. I'm gonna do a zoom in on it, and if I do, thank God. I can't tell. Oh. What do I do? Do I walk back there and can get that, or man, I'm so screwed. All my shit's in there, for sakes. How much further back could it be? Man, please God, tell me this didn't happen. Please, please, please God, let it not be like 5K back. It's looking promising. My feet marks are going in this direction. Now as I'm making a mad dash back here, I probably don't want to fucking forget where I left all my stuff too, but I do have my GPS on me. So I just marked a waypoint where I am now, so I know I'll be able to get back. And my footprints are still kind of leading in the direction that that unanimous clump is. Oh, I think it is it. Please let it be. I can't tell, but that does look like it because it was a black hockey bag. Oh, I'm pretty sure this is it. That adds about an extra kilometer to what I've walked today already. After I hit the sea ice and completed Akshayak Pass, I decided that I was gonna bang off another couple kilometers. And you know what? I ended up just pushing and doing about an extra 7, which felt great. But to get there, get ready to set up my tent and feeling all good, and then to look down and realize my sled had broken off. I mean, this thing has been with me for 180 kilometers and it hasn't broken. I'm pretty sure that's it. It's not fucking close. Crazy, man. I'm close enough now that I can see that, yes, it's my toboggan. I haven't lost it. Wow. Make sure those ropes are strong, man. That could have been a big problem right there. Damn, that was a scare. I mean, I probably would have lived because it's not a blizzard, and I could have built some sort of shelter, change into warmer clothes, but I got a lot of expensive gear in there too. There it is. The joy of not having lost it for real is making it all good. Son of a bitch. You know, that's a good lesson for you right there. I'm like, yeah, I've done Akshayak Pass. You know, only 30K to go. Yeah, don't celebrate too soon, man. I still have some Arctic wilderness to traverse here. I don't want to get overconfident, that's for sure. Anyways, long walk back to where I left Buck and my other stuff. I found it, Buck! I found it! We're good! Thanks for the help! Oh my God. I found the sled, Buck! Thanks for all your help. Oh God, that was exhausting.
work never ends. Oh, for sakes, what the oh, what the is happening here? I'm gonna lose my shit. Stay. Holy that's enough. Right now it's about minus 35. There's a really frosty wind coming in. Oh, good boy. You gonna go in the tent? Go in the tent. Go in the house. Oh, good boy. You're not that cold, are you? You gonna go in the tent? Go in here? Gonna go in? Gonna go in? No? There you go. Go in there. Go on. Go on. Good boy. Successful day. A little bit of a glitch there at the end when my trailer sled broke off and was left way out on the frozen Arctic Ocean behind me. I had a little bit of a panic, but all was okay in the end. So day 16, pretty good day, made it a good distance. Weather-wise, you know, cold for sure. A little bit of icy wind, but nothing that's not manageable, and really, really freaking beautiful scenery, guys. Like, gorgeous. Completed Akshayak Pass, and I'm just camped here on the sea ice. I have about 25 kilometers left to go to complete this trip to get to Pang. I really dug deep and I banged off that last 7K. All I ended up eating today was a power bar and 2 liters of protein shake, and that's it. And I really just kind of gave her nice and tight. Toy, like a toy, yeah. Like a toy, yeah. What's that even from? I have no idea. And I guess that's about it. Yeah, solid day, and got my tent set up, and I think I'm just gonna have a cup of tea and maybe a sip of water, and I'm gonna climb into my tent for a well-deserved sleep. It is morning, day 17, and it looks like we have a beautiful day with basically no wind, and I think I was definitely due for that because, you know, it's been beautiful. The weather's been made a little more of an adventure, but it has been more challenging the last few days with the weather. So today is beautiful. I'm hoping I can do probably between 15 and 20 clicks again today, which will put me only 5 kilometers from Pang, and you know, that'll just make it a much easier trek on my last day of the trip tomorrow. I have a room booked in Pang at the Inns North there. I'm about to start booting it. I gotta pack up and get going basically, and you know what, even though we're not in the pass anymore, the scenery here is still incredibly dramatic and awesome. So I guess the plan today is just try to make time. I'm hoping that I have some good snow conditions. I've been gone for about 3 weeks now, and I'm definitely missing my wife. I'm really looking forward to meeting up with her when I get back, and you know, I could stay out for a lot longer, to be honest with you, when I have this nice warm tent that I have here and gas. But you know, as much as I enjoy this, it does feel nice to get back to society once in a while after a long time, you know, slogging through the Arctic wilderness. So yeah, I guess that's it. Just gonna say goodbye to Akshayak Pass here. It's basically my last view of it, right down this way. I'm gonna head this way and on Auyuittuq Fjord, and 2 days time I'll be in town. Buck, you been having a good trip, buddy? Good boy. You're having a good day, aren't you? Yes, you are.
over that tripod. It's gonna be the end for you. Well, just trekking along, pushing. Haven't been doing much filming, and I started getting really cold and really hungry and frustrated. It's very difficult to navigate here. This here is actually a peninsula, and there's actually an opening on this side, but you can't even see it. So I'm going this way and thinking that's the right way, but then double checking my map, I realized I should be over there. And, you know, I probably added a couple kilometers, you know, crossing the bay and back, which is really freaking annoying. But at the same time, if you take just a straight line from where I started this morning, I've already done 8K, which is pretty awesome. So I decided to stop for lunch. The conditions are not like they were yesterday with the smooth, easygoing ice and the super hard packed snow. There's some parts that are pretty hard packed, but then some soft snow, which my feet sink into, so it's much, much harder going than yesterday. So I worked up a sweat, and now that's why when I stop for lunch, I throw on my big down parka. I have it accessible so I could put it on, because, you know, when you're working up that much of sweat, I have to dress lightly as well, so I don't work up too much of a sweat. And when it's cold out, you really need to put on a warmer layer as soon as you stop, and that's why I have this park on. So what's for lunch? Well, let's take a look at what I eat when I'm on the trail here. Oh, my hands are just freezing. So most mornings I add a bunch of super high carbohydrate protein powder to my water, and that really gives me a boost because I don't have to stop for long and eat and get cold. I can just stop, chug that. It gives me a big energy boost and it hydrates me. And then I pack some stuff for lunch. I pack dried fruit. It can take a little longer to eat things when they're frozen solid. You kind of have to let them melt in your mouth a little bit. I got some dried meat, some beef jerky here, and I also have some nuts. Probably not going to eat all those today, but just some mixed nuts, like trail mix. And definitely I have a couple super high calorie protein bars, I guess. Oatmeal protein bars. It's really nice to have some hot tea too. Basically any nice warm liquid. Something with sugar apparently is better at preventing hypothermia. That's why I brought this huge beast of a thermos. So it's not just a comfort thing, it's actually a real safety thing as well. And so basically that's what keeps me going. And sometimes Buck gets some beef jerky too, doesn't he? Good boy, Buck. Good boy. There you go, buddy. Get it in ya. He needs a little bit of a midday snack too. Good boy. Want another piece? Look, get. Oh, there. Beef jerky goes really well with tea, especially when the beef jerky's frozen absolutely solid, and that tea just softens it up. They should have tea flavored beef jerky. Well, that is what's for lunch. And now it is time to walk another 12K, baby. Here we go. Woo! After I'm done, I pack everything away. I take off my big parka and I strap it to my pulk and I start moving, and I try to start moving fast to build up some heat again. That's basically the system I use when I want to stop, grab a bite to eat, and keep fueled so I can make it those long distances. Just using the zoom to see if that big white clump right on my trail was a polar bear or not. It isn't. It'd be kind of cool to see one, but you know, getting eaten by a polar bear, it's just not me. Definitely a lot of exercise to keep pushing on here. I've probably done about 12K now, and a ways to go still, but it is what it is. And there's actually a fairly well-defined snowmobile trail, which means must be getting closer to Pang. And look, I can see right out to the open ocean. Well, I shouldn't say open ocean, but frozen ocean. And just walking past all this crushed sea ice, that's the intertidal area. The tide's mostly out right now. So yeah, I'm pretty much leaving the super dramatic scenery behind me, but oh my god, is it ever just absolutely, oh, smell the air here. It's just so fresh, everyone. You guys, I'm telling you guys, if you haven't been to the north, man, you got to come to the north. You know, you come up here once, and I'm talking about the real north, off of the road system. I'm telling you, this is the far north where I am. You got to come up to the far north. You got to come to at least to the north, get off the road system, smell that fresh air, man, visit the communities, get out into the wilderness. You'll be coming back, let me tell you. You know, it gets into your blood. I'm telling you, the north gets into your blood, and it just becomes an absolute part of you. It's so addicting. I'm not the only person this has happened to, believe you me. It's just so much wilderness to explore here. Oh, I feel so good right now. Wow. I just feel so good from the exercise, and I'm just pushing myself, but just smelling that air and the beautiful weather finally. I think, you know, being out in this wider open area and not being up higher in elevation in the wind tunnel of the pass is just more conducive for better weather. And it's just so awesome being out here, you know, even just by myself and with my dog Buck as my companion, and just taking it all in. It almost seems surreal, some of the scenery I've been seeing. It's just so awesome. Oh. Man, that is some of the best air I've ever smelled in my life. Oh, that's all the drugs I ever need right there. Well, time to keep pushing on, basically walking towards the horizon. You know, I find that pushing on, a lot of it definitely comes from physical fitness, but a lot of it is just in your head too, you know what I mean? just toughing it out and being able to say another 300 meters, another 300 meters, and just keep on going like that. And I find that, you know, sometimes just having that mental endurance really in situations like this where there's serious weather and wilderness and survival issues at hand, that mental endurance can outlast real physical endurance. Holy shit, I think I see Pang. I see town! No, no I don't. Oh no, over here. That's Pang! See those buildings? I see town, guys. I'm probably about 8K away, maybe less. I'm gonna do it! Yeah! I'm still going to camp a few K from town, but maybe I can get even closer than I thought. We're gonna do it, Bob. Pretty sure Pang has cell service. I got my cell here. I'm like 8K from town, just walking along here. And I got a cell signal. I'm gonna call my wife. Hey, how's it going, honey? It's me. Yeah. Yes, it really is me. I'm 8K from town and I just got a signal. So, yeah, about 8K. And I think it's safe to say that I'm gonna pull it off. I can see town right now. Amazing. I miss you too. Oh, you're at work, okay. All right, well, I'll call you from my tent tonight. Okay, babe, love you, bye-bye. Wow, she was not expecting that. We're almost there, Buck. We can see town. Buck, what do you say, buddy? Are you happy? I thought so. So I stopped about 4 kilometers from Pangnirtung. It's just behind me, but the wind really picked up. I tried to pick a spot where there's some snow so I can stake my tent, but there's not much snow at all, and it's cold, so looks like another freaking interesting little adventure for tonight anyways. And hopefully I can get my tent up in this wind. We'll have to see. I suppose I could have kept going, but you know, I'm exhausted. It's a ways further. I don't have a hotel booked for tonight, so I figured it's best bet just to stop. But you know, I guess I could push if for whatever reason I can't get my tent up and find help. But I think I'm pretty safe. I'm just pretty chilly, and I hope it's not a struggle getting the tent up in this wind. There's town right there. Pick back up, but after I crossed a little point, after I got away from the point and out to the open ocean, I guess there was a wind block and down. I really feel it. It's always scary pushing late into the evening when it's getting colder and when you know that the weather might turn on you. Yet so far. Pretty good day of travel. Oh my god, am I ever hungry? Not a good sign. Yeah, you know, I decided to stop in a spot that had snow. Instead of trying to get closer, I thought, okay, there's just enough here. It's better than anywhere else. I'm gonna go for it, but this is not looking too good. Hopefully the winds don't really pick up and test these shallowly buried snow stakes. This snow probably gonna be pretty salty. Good, good. Think I'm gonna live. I got my tent up despite the wind, and everything's well there. Today was a great day. I think I did probably 24 kilometers or something like that today. I'm feeling good about myself that I was able to push hard. You know, it always gets kind of scary though when you're moving later into the evening and you're looking at the weather, because you know if it picks up heavy, it's going to be an issue because you've worked up some sweat. But I'm feeling good that I've managed to make it as far as I have, that I've managed to do a couple long 20K plus days in a row, and you know, going to finish a little bit ahead of schedule. One more night of camping. Well guys, it is the morning of day 18 and I just packed up everything in my tent. It's probably about 10:30 in the morning. Now I'm going to go into Pang. I'm going to stay in a hotel. Whoa, have a shower, maybe wipe my ass with something other than snowballs. Can you believe I've been wiping my ass with snowballs for 18 days? That's what makes you tough. It's not the trip. That is what I give myself credit for. Wiping my ass continually with the snowballs. Actually, it's cold, it's chilly, but it's very cleansing, believe it or not. So, yeah, so I'm going to wipe my ass with some toilet paper. I'm going to have a shower, and my flight leaves tomorrow morning, so I don't have much time in town, but I'm hoping to hang out, meet a couple of the locals, and maybe buy some Inuit carvings or some local crafts. And I got to deregister with the park so they don't send out a search party, because of course Akshayak Pass was part of Auyuittuq National Park, and I told them I was going to be there, so that's a very important thing to do. Of course, I haven't been in the park for 2 days because I've been walking here, so hopefully they're not wondering where I am. So that's kind of first on the agenda. Well, actually, first on the agenda is walking to town. It's pretty far, I guess, but compared to, you know, my 22, 23 kilometer days, it's nothing. Let's have a look at where it is. Pretty close. I'm thinking it's going to take me maybe an hour and a half, maybe an hour to get there. But first I'm going to just take down my tent, load up my sleds, and be on my way. Pretty stiff, chilly wind coming in today, but who cares? I'm not going to have to deal with it for too long before I'm in the lap of luxury indoors. Wow! So yeah, that's about it. Well, Buck has been just an amazing companion on this trip. He's a pretty adorable dog, just his antics and his personality. Raven wants to see if I've left any food here. Just his antics and his personality are hilarious. They make me laugh. Of course, he's just adorable, and he's been just such an important part of the team here, pulling his weight across all kinds of horrible conditions and boulders and long days, you name it. I only got enraged with him once when he smashed my DSLR. And my DSLR is just totally smashed. I can hear something rattling, which was pretty bad, but wasn't his fault. And yeah, I mean, as far as doing a solo trip goes, you know, I don't know if it really counts as a solo trip when you have your dog there with you, because You know, there is somebody, because somebody or something, but there is something there to keep you company and companion, and Buck has definitely been that. Just such an awesome dog. Well, here we are in Auyuittuq, Nunavut. I am officially done this trip. I just walked almost 200 miles in 18 days. We experienced everything from beautiful weather to ripping blizzards and saw some of the most dramatic scenery I've ever seen in my life. It was just an absolutely incredible trip and just a dream I've been having for a long time, and man, this is one for the books, I'll tell you that right now. I had my dog Buck with me, my sole companion on this solo trip, and Buck probably had just as much if not more fun than I did. And I'm going to spend the rest of the day checking out town. Pretty cool. There's an old Hudson Bay Company blubber processing plant behind me from the 1800s, and a few other neat things to see in town, some Inuit crafts, and probably going to meet a couple people, and then that's it. I fly out tomorrow. So wow, just there's something about visiting the north, man. Once you do it, it just stays in your blood and you just got to come back. And let me tell you, I can't wait for my next trip. And just when you get the opportunity to come out here and experience the land under your own power, and you see the scenery go by at that slow pace as you move, and you're just with yourself, you're with your own thoughts, you're with your own ideas, and you can experience everything as it comes to you. It's a very powerful experience, and the land just really gives you an incredible feeling. And that's what I'm feeling right now. I'm tired and I'm sore, but I feel great. Just an unbelievable trip.